What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Roll4It D&D. We are officially live here on Twitch TV, playing some D&D 5th Edition with Avic, Shenmer, Bentham, and enter Elysium.
Ow.
Well, this should be a pretty good session.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Splattercat Gaming. It should be, I think it's written like right there or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. A lot, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what they say about assuming. Ah, well. But yeah, welcome on back, audience members. We're glad to see you here today. This is going to be a fun session, I think. This is going to be a session where a lot of different things can happen. I'm excited to see where it's going to go. Like, this is actually kind of the session I've been waiting for. So, where we left the team off last time, I believe you had just finished looting the basement of a bandit hive, or looked like some kind of organized crime location of some kind. You had found a map. You've gotten like a giant infusion of loot. We had Adavi lamenting the fact that his loot was ugly. His loot was indeed ugly. So, you know, that's a bit of a bummer. It's never fun when you finish the raid boss and then, like, your shoulder pads drop and they're fucking stupid. It never helps. You're like, oh, like,
this is orange. It doesn't go with, like, the green theme I've got going on.
Tough. Now you're a jack-o'-lantern.
Yeah, I like that MMOs have worked on that recently, though. Like, every MMO now has, like, transmog, where you can, like, make something look like something else, or you can color match everything. That's a good thing, because if you're into aesthetics like I am, the second you get a good piece of gear that's ugly, you're just like, well, I guess I'm going to suck then.
I don't know
you
what
throw
I
it in your backpack.
Without transmogrify. I literally do not know how I would live. I would probably be several levels of gear lower. Because they'd be like, no, I've got it to look the way I want. I don't care. This has got better stats in every measurable way. I don't care. I want my pimp hat with the feather.
Yeah, what's the point in being a hero if you can't look sexy doing it? If you walk into town looking like a steel bag threw up all over some plate mail, it's just like, this is pointless. This is not what a hero looks like. I don't look like the stuff from the front of the Ultima box. I'm so upset right now. You gotta...
There was some fun Reddit post. But there was a fun Reddit post maybe 2.5, 3 years ago, and I'm sure it's been cycled over and over again. And it was talking about the different levels of armor you get in the course of some RPG games. And the top tier armor is just like this tiny little leather strap that goes over your titties and through your crotch, and that's it. That's the best armor in the game.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's the subligar, bro. You got to get down with the subligar life. Everybody that played Final Fantasy XI will know what I'm talking about. In Final Fantasy XI, when you first started out, your first armor, if you wore like heavy armor, was the subligar, and it was just like this weird, like plate mail thong. It looked like the thing that Borat wears. That is like the metal version of that yellow thong thing that
the banana
Borat wears. Yeah, and it was just like, who designed this? Who sat down and said, this is what a level 1 warrior should look like? I'm just like, so I'm wearing a metal man thong that's suspended to my shoulders? Like, why would I do that? Don't you think that like some chainmail or maybe like a hauberk or something like that? No, wear the thong, bitch. Wear the thong. Like, all right, I guess.
I mean, like, even at like the lowest tier of armor, you can just get like jack chains to put down the side of your armor. That works really well.
I don't want jack anything if I'm already wearing a thong. I say we just leave that word alone and just outside the description of whatever I'm wearing.
That's very fair.
Back up, Siri. You coming back up to say hello?
But yeah. We have a Patreon. If you guys like what we do here, you enjoy the conversation, you enjoy the show, please feel free to check that out at patreon.com/roll4it. What benefits do they get?
Well, we're currently redoing some of the Patreon because it was kind of Dark Heresy themed, but Dark Heresy's ended. So now we've got Shadowrun and D&D. You'll see some new wording and stuff on there coming along. But if you go to the Patreon, you can support us. And the best benefit is the fact that we continue to be able to do this and, like, eat food and buy a yacht or whatever. I don't know.
Good. Also, I can buy more treats for the ferrets. They like treats.
You wouldn't want to upset the ferrets.
We need hookers.
I'm trying to stack to the roof of my house cans of ravioli. So if you guys keep up with the Patreon, I'm almost there. I'm about 8 cans away from the top of my house. Just need some more ravioli.
I mean, I was like a yacht, but sure, we can get like cans of ravioli. That works. So yeah, go to the Patreon, support us the cans of ravioli.
How do you know that my ferrets do not eat hookers? By the way, it's college-educated scientists.
I bet they could if they tried.
Raised by like Japanese virgins on like whole grain.
Yep.
That's the stuff.
Just get your ferrets a yacht.
I feel like they're really underperforming. Like, you should really like just leave a hooker in the cage sometime and just see what happens. You know, let them be natural. It's what ferrets are known for. That's what they do in nature.
They might run out of cat.
Strawberry surprise, no. Like,
Anyway, yeah, you can support us over at Patreon. On the first tier, like, you can get access to MP3, so if you want to be able to just listen to the show afterwards, and the weirdness that is our intros, you can go check that out. If you want to be able to check out the after shows where we chat about random stuff, mostly about sometimes what actually happened in the show and stuff like that, then you can go check out the after shows and stuff if you get a certain tier. That's like a fairly low tier. And then, of course, we've got higher tiers where you've got stuff like you can vote on certain things of the show. You get access to, like, character sheets and stuff, which reminds me, I still haven't done the end of Dark Heresy character sheets. Whoops. People pester me about that on Twitter, and I'll do that, like, immediately after the show.
What if we really want to know about Binus, and we really, really, really want, and you just let us down, man? You just let us down.
Well, to be fair...
But it's okay, because soon we will.
You killed him, ASAP, so...
That's true. We killed
by fall damage. Best way.
Yep, the most lethal thing in Dark Heresy.
Yeah,
the
way
worst
people
fall
die.
damage.
It was fairly lethal in Shadowrun as well, as I recall.
That was crash damage. That was a little different.
But it was measured in full damage.
No. I measured it in full damage in the one time that I was trying to figure out what a person who was traveling that fast who got shot would take. But for crash damage, I took crash damage, and that's what I'm going to remove. I'm going to base it off of full damage in future, which is a lovely calculation. But that's beside the point. So you should support us on Patreon, because it's amazing, and we get to do the show. In fact, being able to do the second show has been part of the Patreon, and it's great that we can actually continue to do this for you guys. So thank you very much. Also, if you want to support us, you can also, if you want to subscribe doing stuff, you can subscribe here on Twitch. If you want to do one-off, you can tip us on Twitch, or you can, like, chuck twit bits. Twit bits? Twitch bits.
What?
That's what
what?
they're called.
Twits.
Close enough.
Twit bits. Twits.
Admittedly, I'm having trouble
Dude,
talking right
what's
now
up?
because my plate armor is getting pushed into my neck. So,
It's the Twitter variant of Twitch bits.
yeah.
That's what it is.
Totally what it is.
So-
But yeah, and all of those go into that
Instead
lovely
of-
little jar down there and you see it explode.
Instead of dingleberries, we get twiddleberries.
Also,
berries.
the Patreon stuff allows us to get delicious, delicious art. Like this.
Oh, yeah. If anyone was here before the start of the stream today, we had art scrolling on the channel. That was awesome.
For some reason, like, half of it was of Brander. People really like drawing Brander.
Oh, yeah, I was meaning, like, the fan art, like the art, not the fan art. But yeah, we also have fan art. People have been sending us fan art for a little while, and now we've kind of got so much that I put together a little fan art video that kind of displays all the amazing art we've got. And yeah, it does turn out people really like Brander. So thank you very much. We really appreciate the fan art, by the way, because it's really awesome to see, like, people getting so into it and liking the character so much.
I mean, he did kill the ultimate bad guy with a flintlock pistol loaded with, like, salt and shit. I mean,
That
was
was
pretty infinitely quotable.
I
I played
don't
D&D
know if
last
we have
night.
fun out of that yet. Get on it, guys.
Yeah. If anyone wants to make some more fan art, just go for it. Just put it on the subreddit.
Yep,
We'll put
subreddit
it,
or tweet
put it
it
up
to
on the
us
stream
or
as long as it's
both.
PG-13.
Yeah, there was a nice one of Cassius getting shot in the arse, but I was like, is that really...
Every
Dumb.
time I get included, it's always comedic. I never get the serious cool art where I'm standing on the hill doing something. I'm always getting the art where I get shot in the ass.
Getting shot in the ass.
Or my dick gets replaced with a robot. It's just like it's always.
I mean, in full
It's
fairness,
always
the only person who got
humorous.
serious art has been Brander, and even then he got a picture of him in his, like, boxers, so...
Yeah, there's always, like, I'm killing something, but there's always, like, my chainsaw stuck in a table.
There we
or
go, there's the
wearing
boxer
any
picture.
pants.
Well then, that's the way that you can support us here. We're going to jump straight back into the campaign because there's stuff to accomplish, and you guys were left kind of at a compromising position last time. When we rejoin, I think, Davi, you were up top. We had Nosson and Sloovy had gone ahead to escort, I think, your dear friend Frog, Francis, back to the Druids conclave, or enclave, or whatever the hell it is. And whereas I think that we had Mormond and Dax down in the basement, but as far as that goes, you guys can basically place yourselves wherever you want in the greater scheme of things. Let's get started. What do you want to do? How do you want to proceed?
Well, before we start, has Noson already left with Sloovy?
I think that would be Nosson's prerogative. Have you left with Sloovy?
I'm fairly certain they were pretty much leaving, yeah.
There you go.
Okay. I guess everyone's too busy digging through all the loot in the basement to even notice. Shit.
Yeah, you're a bunch of loot holes. You don't care about your companions. They're like, oh my
weren't
god!
we going
loot."
for you because we needed to take Frog for more medical care or something? And we were going to go to the Druids to take Frog so Frog could get healed.
He does have internal injuries. He's
Yeah.
coughing up bits of rib and all kind of nasty shit right now.
I think that was the logic behind going back to the druids, like, soon, was also to take Frog back, because Frog was really hurt.
And it is a couple of days walk, so it's like one of those things where like, this is only going to get worse. So we should probably get him help.
I mean, we've already
Okay,
looted
though,
the
'cause
basement. Might as well
Sloovy's-
go.
Yeah. Can I make, like, a
Sloovy's
quick
a genius
stretcher for
medic.
Frog?
He's got it covered.
What's that?
Can I make, like, a quick stretcher for Frog?
Yeah, if you guys wanted to try and fashion a stretcher, you can all make me some intelligence rolls if you want, and then I'll make one for Sloovy as well.
Uh-oh.
It's a team effort. I'm going to ruin everything.
12.
Yeah. Intelligence. This is going to go well. I'm going to use magic to help.
13?
10.
Okay. Sloovy rolled a 10 as well. And Nasan is it. So you guys spend a little bit of time, probably about 35 minutes, trying to figure out how you're going to carry this guy. And Sloovy seemed pretty dedicated to the fact that he was just going to carry him. I mean, he's small. Sloovy's like 8 foot tall. It'd be like Shaquille O'Neal carrying like a 3-year-old. Like, I'm sure you would get that like raw feeling you get, you know, when you carry like your cousin at like the theme park all day. Like after like 6 or 7 hours, he'd probably be like a little sore just from the nonstop weight. But you all start looking around for sticks and twigs and start trying to lash things together. After about an hour, it's not going super well. Like, you've made some progress. Like, there's a kind of a frame of a stretcher, but really you've had some true disagreements about the natural engineering situation in front of you, and it's really caused you guys to come to a pause. You can try again for another hour if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, if Sloopy wants to take him, let Sloopy take him. Holy hell. Let's not get in his
I mean,
way.
we could just put him in the back of Oscar if need be, but I was going to try to keep him level and flat and not, like, manhandled over someone's shoulder.
We've got some actual carts, but I guess if we're going straight through the forest and there's not a road we're following, that probably wouldn't work.
Yeah, I assume the carts
internal
don't go through the
discussion is
circle.
going on. I grow a bit impatient. I'm saying, whilst you're arguing on what the best way to get him somewhere that he can be healed is happening, he's actually dying. So I think whatever happens needs to happen now.
Mormon's got a point. These carts, they were carrying fertilizer to the circle. They were actually going to the circle, right? So it's pretty likely that we can find a pathway that's relatively smooth for these carts to be wheeled along. Might as well just toss them in the cart.
Sloovy nods. Frog has regained a little bit of color. You notice that he seems to have gotten a tad brighter. The gray pallor that had fallen over his skin in the last few hours looks a tiny bit better. Maybe in part due to the fact that Sloovy really killed it when it came to actually seeing to his wounds. But Sloovy steps away from where he's sitting. Well, with the carts. What was down in the basement? Did you get a chance to look?
I hold up out of my robes. I pull out this nasty like thing full of mirrors all over it, and I haven't really looked at it yet. No, I guess I don't know.
It's got mirrors, so just to explain what it looks like, the robe itself is like a blue robe, and it's got some purple accents going on. And it's almost like if you look at stuff from back in biblical days, it's just down the shoulder right here. There's like a rectangle of mirrors and like a geometric array running kind of down to the elbow on each side. And then on the chest, there's like a grid of like 6 mirrors that are probably like 2 inches by 2 inch squares. Like a 3 by 3 almost of it, like kind of below the pec region. If you had, well, you have one really big pec, I guess.
It's a keg. Come on now.
That one pec has gotten a really good workout lately. That one ab. Some people want a 9-pack. You got the 1-pack. It's just like you work on the shit that works.
I'm holding it up to myself, and I'm like, does this clash with my turban or my shoes? What do you think?
What
do you think,
It's to
Sloopy?
target it.
It looks perfect for you. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Do you put it on?
I guess I'll try it on. Sure.
I
Quietly
got
chuckling in the
13 for my
background.
deception.
Do you want to incite him lying about how good you look, or do we
No,
move forward?
I barely trust this guy to kill himself properly. Let's just put the damn
So
thing
as the
on.
rope slides over your shoulders, give me an Arcana check, please.
Okay. 7.
You feel a bit of information in the back of your mind. You're not sure what'll happen, but when you put the robe on, you get the feeling that there's an incantation and some words that you don't know that you now know. and that somehow, aided by the robe, it'll happen, but you're not sure what will happen.
Do I start mumbling these words randomly, or
It's
do
up
I
to
not
you.
know
It's
what
your
they
call.
are? Sure. I am very curious.
Okay. So you begin the incantation that just like slowly began to form in your mind. It started to percolate a little bit, and just without thinking, you start kind of mumbling the words. The rest of you, if you could give me perception checks, please.
Uh-oh.
I'm busy hooking Oscar up to the cart probably right now, so can I have disadvantage on that?
Are you asking for me to give you disadvantage?
Yeah, like I'm busy, so
Sure, have disadvantage. I mean, if you're gonna ask politely for it,
if I asked unpolitely, would I not get it? That's a
I might
7.
just give you advantage to spite you. I'd be like, you're gonna know what's
No!
going on. And you're
How
gonna like
dare
it.
you?
You would have been the best roll as well.
Nason, you know Adavi, and you know that there's like a change in his posture whenever he begins like casting. You see that posture shift slightly change for just a moment, and you think you notice his fingers moving for just a second, and then all of a sudden, poof, there's 4 Adavis standing there.
Do the rest of us just not notice? We're like, oh, hey, Adavi. Hey, Adavi. Hey, Adavi.
Eventually we
Hey,
notice at the point where there are now 4 Davies, if nothing else.
What am I stood
Sloopy stands up
next to?
straight, his eyebrows raised. Does he normally do that?
Do
Are we
what?
outside or are we inside right now?
Outside, in front of the court, in the courtyard, basically, I would guess.
Any debris or anything around? Like light debris, a small rock, anything like that.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I
he's
pick one up and I
possibly-
throw it at the Adavi that I was looking at before there were 4 of them.
Sure. You've got to make a. Let's see here. Roll me a d20, please.
Just a flat d20, yeah?
I walk up to one of the Adavis, one of the ones that
So
wasn't the one I was looking at, and I see if is it moving?
You actually, Adavi, a rock thuds into your chest.
Ow! What the heck, Nosan?
Does that cause it to break, or?
Let me see if it's. No, it's not concentration. It just stays up.
Do all 4 of the Adavis say this?
They don't all say it, but they all go, like the same way that he did. Even though they're moving around like independently now, like they're not like
I'm
staying
trying
where
to dust
they are.
myself off. That was not a clean rock.
I
All
noticed
the,
that
all
the
the
others
mirrors
don't
dust
talk,
themselves off too.
but they are moving around. They all seem to react to the impact. I'm like, this is complicated.
I'm just stood
That's what did you
I've-
do? That's you do magic
What?
stuff. What
What? Sorry, I was busy with the... Adavi?
Yes?
do they all say yes? Or just one?
I'm really confused.
Have you done with
just-
the cart yet? We need to move.
Yeah, you hear a chorus of Adavis.
I'm just stood back watching this quartet of Adavis like, well, I guess that's useful.
I get my quill out, put some ink on it, and I go up to the nearest Adavi, and I try and write on his robe.
Okay, roll a d20.
Cool. Oh, I don't have a... There we go, just roll d20. 9.
You walk up to the first Adavi because you were staring at the cart and you're not even sure which one is
No.
the real Adavi. You were answered by a chorus of Adavis, and so you're like, well, they all sound kind of like him. They all got the same shape.
I go to the nearest
as
one.
you try to
yeah.
As you put the quill up to write on it, he shimmers slightly, and the quill goes straight through him, and you can almost see kind of like a shimmering transparency of Adavi disappear for just a second, and your quill is actually like inside the illusion right now, attempting to write. And as you do that, the illusion goes phoom, and disappears.
Are the other ones still there?
I
The
go
other
up to the
ones are
next
still there.
Adavi and try and write on it.
I walk up to the one that I
Dax.
think isn't the real one and try poking it.
Are you done with the cart, Dax? Can we go?
The second Adavi, you walk up, you attempt to write on it, phoom, he disappears. Same thing. There's only 2 Adavis left now, both looking kind of smug at the moment.
I'm just wondering, if you were to, get, a smudge on you, would the smudge be mirrored on all the illusions?
Well,
I
looks
wanna
like they
find
don't
this
hang
out.
around long enough for that to happen.
5!
As you approach Adavi, this time the quill makes contact with the robe, and a small splash of ink goes onto one of the mirrors as you begin to write on him.
I go check out the other Adavi.
I'm casting Mending to get rid of his nasty mark.
Ah, god damn it.
As you cast Mending, you walk over to look, but by the time you get there, he's conjured away the mark, and you can't tell.
Can we get moving, Dax?
In the background.
If you can lift Frog into the back of the cart.
I pop the
both-
remaining...
Both of me attempt to lift Frog, so I kind of pick him up by his feet only.
Sloovy stands up. A thought comes to mind. Perhaps we could make the cart a bit more... Well, he's fairly wounded. He's got broken bones. I don't think the jostling of the wheels on the road will do him well. Is there anything that we can pad the cart with? Was there any kind of linen or cloth inside the house?
Plenty of bedding in the basement.
I've got two extra robes on me. That's a
I'll
start.
see if there's any anything we can use as bedding or at least padding of some sort.
I go to where the horses were and grab some hay to begin with.
Okay.
I go down to the basement and grab some...
or investigation or anything.
No, as you go down into the basement, you can see clearly there are two normal-sized beds and a small bed, both with their associated blankets and covers and things like that.
I'll grab the bedding off them then.
Okay.
One
It does
bed
look
is
like you can
too
take the
hard.
mattresses. The mattresses are just like thatch mattresses, so those would be movable as well. As you're taking the blankets off, it lifts up slightly, and it looks like they detach from the frame. So
In that case, did Mormont come down with me? Was he looking in the house as well? Yeah. In that case, I gesture for you to help me move the mattresses as a whole and just carry them back up the ladders.
you both carry mattresses up to the top. Sloovy's waiting for you at the front door, and with an outstretched hand, starts helping you move things in. And in no amount of time, you appear to actually turn the back of one of the carts into a fairly successful medical bed, almost. Like it's basically like a nest that you've created. You've got the thatch on the bottom with the mattresses on top, and then you've also managed to get a reasonable amount of bedding over the mattresses, which are now kind of in like a half egg shaped almost in the back of the cart. Along the way, also, you notice on the wall of the tack house, when you go over to look at the horses stuff, a number of bridles and reins and fixtures. It looks as though the cart is set up for horses, though, not for an ox.
Can I try and, like, jimmy rig something together for this?
Sure. You can give me an intelligence check if you want.
I will be guidancing this because my intelligence is awful. And it comes to Oscar, I want him to have the very best.
Sure. The rest of you see Dax
13.
walk off, mumbling to himself and looking at various bits of leather and strapping. With a 13, you've got a rough idea of what you need to do, but you've never done this kind of leather work before, so you think it'll probably take you... I mean, it's leather work. It'll probably take you a good amount of time to get something rigged together. As of right now, you're approaching, like, I think you said you arrived right before morning. And so as of right, did you guys rest? I can't recall if you all rested.
We
No,
haven't
we
rested
haven't.
since the fight.
We
We were gonna...
we discussed it.
Yeah.
We discussed it, but because Frog was in a bad way, I think we've all decided to move.
Yeah.
So it's about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. You think you could have something done by before noon with that intelligence roll.
Guys,
I'm going to try to help Dax. We need to
Okay, go
get
for it.
moving.
thanks, Davi. I will guidance Davi because I can.
21.
Davi, you walk over and you see what he's doing, and he explains the general gist of the idea that he needs to, like, widen the bridle with the halter, and, like, we need an iron ring over here. And all of a sudden, you see a couple inefficiencies in the plan. And you feel like there's a way you can get this done quicker without actually having to sew any leather together or do any kind of strap repair. You may be able to just reaffix this over to here, and you start fiddling around with it. You think you can have something done in about an hour.
I think in about an hour we can have this done, if you help me, Dax.
Sure.
Okay. So you get to work. You start fiddling with the
I want
various...
to tell Nosson and Mormon that we're going to take an hour to do this, if that's okay.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
if
that's
they
fine,
want
go
to
for it.
spend an hour resting or doing something else.
When they mention it, I say, could you do it on the move? We could pull the cart ourselves, make a bit of progress.
Sloopy
I
nods.
hand the like existing reins that are on the cart to Mormond, and I just want to see if he can actually move the cart.
I don't know how much cart's weigh. I don't know how big a cart it is.
I mean,
Come on,
Mormond's
you're a
strong,
dwarf.
so
I
Show
tried
me
pulling the
shoulder.
cart.
It's about 10 foot long, about 6 foot wide. It's a large cart.
Yeah, that's not
Show
happening
that
then.
you've
Shall I
earned
try
that
a
name,
strength roll?
Stoneweaver.
Yeah, athletics, please.
I secretly,
I'm
as I
entirely
hand it over
doing
to him,
this
by the
'cause I
way,
wanna
I
get a
cast guidance
stat.
on him. I just don't tell him.
Okay.
Get 20. Yeah, this is alright. 19 total.
You start to lift the cart. There's nothing inside of it right now. You've managed to clear out the boxes and everything, so it's not that heavy. Because the two ends of the front of the cart are so far apart, you can only manage to really kind of lift up one side, and your arms aren't long enough to grab both and lift on both sides. It looks like you'll need help, but you do have the adequate strength. Your side lifts up perfectly fine, and you can't imagine the goblin weighs more than 35, 45 pounds.
I go up to the other
So-
side of the cart and I. Yeah, it's not happening.
Sloovy sees you doing this. He goes, and he decides to come over and try. And in fact, I'm trying to find Sloovy's stats right now. I think I left. Yeah, I left Mathis's character sheet in here. Good. So,
I can't guidance two at the same time, so he's just gonna have to. I like Mormon more. I'm sorry, Sloopy.
it is what it is. He's
I mean,
not
we've
here
got
to play,
history.
so the preferential treatment ends there.
Don't let Mathis hear you say that.
So surprisingly enough, Sloovy seems to struggle a bit with the cart, although the cart has nothing in it, so it's not that heavy. He gets in and he's able to lift it, although he has to hold it at a weird angle because Mormon's so small, the cart is much smaller than he is, and so it's not really built to be pulled by a sea giant. But he manages to get it lift up to about like his thigh/knee, and that's more than high enough to get it moving. He says, if you want to sit in the back, we can pull while you work, along with Francis.
There's like
I lean in close because I don't want Adavi to overhear this because, you know, he's a sensitive soul. Are you sure you can pull it with Adavi in the back?
He looks at Adavi. Adavi, what are you doing right now?
I don't plan on getting in the back. I'm going to stay outside and walk.
I guess he can give me
I'm
directions
still
and
trying
I
to-
can be in the back.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get this harness hooked up properly.
Does it look like there's any point in us pulling the cart, or will it be so slow that we might as well just focus on sorting out the harness and then set off when it's done?
You would make more progress if you got started moving right now. I would require you both to make athletics checks, so you and Sloovy would make athletics checks to see how well you dealt with like the jostling of the road and whatnot over the next hour and the time beyond. But it's up to you how you want to proceed.
I think it's worth the risk. Let's get moving.
Would they be at risk of fatigue, effect like pulling a cart? Like, it's fine, we don't plan on hitting combat, hopefully.
It's possible. It would depend on how well or how poorly they rolled, basically, which will determine how rough the road is, and then, Constitution saves and all that.
I hop up into the back, make sure Frog's okay, and... Adavi, check us some of the tools. Apparently we're going to try this on the move.
Okay.
Fair enough. I'll go
Sloovy
grab the
makes an
tools.
athletics check. He makes an 18.
I
Don't
will
fail
be
me now.
guidancing Mormond because I can concentrate
Okay.
on that. No, it only lasts for a minute, and then I have to touch him again, and I'm in the back, so I can't. It wouldn't count for more than a minute, so.
I get a 10. Apparently my strength is spent.
Yeah, that first big lift.
Very good at
really
a
gets-
sprint.
How? Ooh,
Not so
ooh,
good at long
I
distance.
have an inspiration left.
Do it.
How would you inspire someone pulling a cart, though?
Carefully.
I mean, you could sing the song from Les Miserables, Look Down.
I know. This is the
down.
perfect time for Dax to break out his harmonica. You know it is.
It's promised it's over there, and my plate armor isn't actually affixed, so moving's difficult. I'm just gonna go with like a whole montage theme, or I could do that. I'm just gonna go with like Mormon. It's a montage scene. He's training. He's like pulling this cart as like a training thing. He's gonna get like more points in strength. So it's the eye of the dragon. It's the thrill of the fight. Gonna pull this cart to the druids.
I'll take it. Is that a D6?
Yeah.
Everybody needs a montage.
Montage.
So with
I
a
guess we
14,
have
that's
to
enough
14.
that's enough to get it moving, even with people in the back. What was your strength, Mormon?
It's 16.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So technically, I mean, you wouldn't even really need to make a check unless we were being. Well, you're traveling, but anyways, this is for a sustained strength. But there's a flat rule for like how much you can lift with a given strength. And so you and Sloovy managed to get the cart moving perfectly fine, and before long, you're off and moving. I need to know where everybody is at. So we've got Nasan. Are you riding
alongside the cart? There's no reason for me to be in the cart.
I'm on the other side of the cart, and I'm still trying to fiddle with the harness.
Okay. And then Dax, you're in the back with Francis.
Yeah. I only weigh 22 kilos, so at the end of the day, it's not really much extra. And
Yeah,
I
at this
can
point,
do a lot
Francis,
better work by not moving.
Yeah, at this point, Francis is unconscious. He's actually fallen into a sleep. His body's trying to repair as much as possible. But you notice his ring's missing.
How soon do we spot this?
Just as you're starting to move, Dax sees it.
I'm going to very carefully look at everyone around me over the next few minutes and just check if anyone's wearing a new ring.
Okay, perception check for me.
No, son, you want to give me a hand with this?
Sure. What do you need?
Natural 1. I fall out the cart.
As you're looking around, you're like, no, I don't see a ring. Nobody's got a ring. And everybody hears this.
Oh, yeah, I can't see Frog's ring. It seems to have disappeared.
Oh, do you think he dropped it somewhere?
We have pressing matters. If you want to run back and take a look, Dax, go ahead.
I like to insight everybody.
Sure.
I say we're not moving too fast, so if you want to hop back and spend a couple of minutes, should it be all right?
23.
Okay, what specifically are you trying to insight for so that I know who has
when
to roll
everyone's
the
like,
insight?
oh, you know, whatever, etc. I want to see if anyone is being deceptive. I want to check if anyone maybe has the ring or knows what's happened to it. Like someone's obviously
Okay.
being shady about the ring.
As far as I know, no one is being shady about the ring right now. As you're reading faces, everything appears on the up and up. They seem more annoyed than anything else that there's going to be more delays.
Can I perception to see if I spot anyone who might have the ring on?
Sure.
By the way, for the purposes of people looking for rings, Mormon does actually wear like 6 of them. So
I'm probably familiar with all 6 of your rings by now, at least. So
yeah,
If you want,
Because he's put them upside your head a couple times. He's got little
he's probably
bruises
also
in the
told me
shape of
about how,
Mormon
like,
rings.
this one's from his grandfather, this one's from his great-grandfather, this one's from his uncle on his mother's side.
I may or may not have histories for literally all 6 of them.
I don't have a backstory. I've got ring stories.
Nasan, Mormon wears a lot of rings. He's got a lot of them on, but none of them appear out of... You've been with them now for a couple of weeks on this adventure, and you've more or less gotten used to what everybody wears in their day-to-day. As you look around, you scan everybody's fingers, and you don't see rings anywhere.
Davi, have you got this? I'm going to go back and check really quick on Oscar. I can probably catch up with you really quick with Oscar.
We'll be fine, Dax. Go ahead.
I just
See if
hop
you
off
can-
onto Oscar and I head back.
See if you can find any food.
Will
Do you
do.
ever stop thinking with your stomach, Davi?
Come on, we gotta get this harness working. Do you want Sleepy to pull the cart all day?
Okay,
Can we roll to work on the
Is
cart?
there anything that I can do to help with the harness in any way?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Would survival apply with this?
I would say survival would apply. Actually, I probably should have done survival when you guys were trying to make the stretcher. For this one, you're actually using refined materials, like civilized materials, so I'd say survival probably doesn't count. But with an 18, yeah, you're a huge help. You actually cut like another...
Oh, no, that was a
45.
Davi, and I rolled 18 anyway, so yeah.
Okay,
but-
cool. You both get started, and actually, lickety split, like 5 minutes in, 10 minutes in, you see a bunch of inefficiencies, and you're just like, oh, this ring can
It
go over
turns
here.
out that
and
what
so
they
you loop
needed all
that.
along was like a certain hole punch size for the leather, and I was sitting on it on the cart.
You get it done. It takes you all of 10 minutes to really come up with a solution that doubles the size of one of the bridles and one of the sets of tack that's normally meant for the horse. You think you've got it taken care of for Oscar after about 10 minutes of moving. Unfortunately, Oscar and Dax went that way 10 minutes ago.
They'll be back.
Dax, as you arrive at the location, there's a couple places you can look around for the ring. Frog was engaged in a fight here. He was leaned against the wall over here.
Can
And
you
then he
describe them
went
just so
down
that I don't have to flick
over
to the
here.
overlay back and forth for people? And especially since the MP3.
Oh, yeah. Sure. So he was in a fight in front of the well, slightly south of the well above the path. He was also leaned against the wall after he was injured on the right-hand side of the door to the storehouse where you had rescued Slooby from. And then on the south side of the building you rescued Slooby from, that's actually where he had gotten knocked out and a bunch of zombies and whatnot were crawling all over him.
I'll probably check that area first and then work backwards through the list, because basically the place took the most damage and then backwards, because I assume that the more fighting, the more vigorous it's been, the more zombie chomping, more chance of losing a ring.
Sure.
You know who's
Go
got
ahead,
the
give
ring?
me...
I know who's got it. I know who's got it. It's Lithia. She took it and she went off. She's
That's a
gone.
payment.
Give me an investigation check, please.
Okay.
Good luck getting it back from Lithia, by the way.
I will be canvassing all of these.
Sure.
12.
With a 12, you're taking a look around, you start kicking in. There's a lot of dead bodies here, so you start kind of pulling some of the zombies away and rolling them over, and one of them with a nasty squelch hits the floor and a bunch of fluids get on your boots, but you don't see anything in this area where he went down. It looks like a bum location.
Okay. I go off to the previous location where he was fighting.
Sure.
That'd be 23.
With a 23, you actually, at this point, you've kind of locked it down. You know what you're looking for. You've got a really, really good mental image. And you actually sort of remember him rushing into the fight over there and the way that he was going after the enemy. But you don't see it. But you're really, really positive you don't see it right here. You're like, it's absolutely not in this location.
Okay, then I checked the very first location where he initially got into a fight near the well.
Oh, were you talking about the wall, or were you in front of the well for that last roll?
Whichever one. I think it was the wall I was checking then. I was going to go back to the well.
Oh, if you were on the wall then, you take a look around for a second, and as you're going through the dirt, you actually find the imprint of where he was sat against the wall for a good hour or so. And digging through the brush right there's a bush off to the side of it, and you kind of get into the underbrush, and you find the ring.
Oh, sweet.
It's a silver ring with a red stone along the top. An inscription on the inside of it says, "For my brother, be safe."
Cat.
I carefully put it into a pocket. And we never really did anything about the well, did we?
Never did anything about the well. About 15 minutes have passed now. Since
thought
you
the,
arrived at the location.
I thought the well had been kicked in. I thought
We
someone
kicked some of
filled
it in,
with
but we got a
stones.
little bit distracted,
Oh.
as we tend to do.
Oscar can finish the job?
I tie one of the ropes that we were initially going to pull the door down with, and then didn't because we found the key, around the well to Oscar, and I get Oscar to pull the well and collapse the entire thing.
Sure. Oscar collapses that thing with very, very little effort. It seems like, he's just walking forward, just in a little bit of like a bored haze, and the thing just tumbles inwards, and all of a sudden the well is full of loose stone and debris. The assembly over the top where the bucket attaches, that just kind of keels over, and you hear a snap as the wood gives out. It was actually a lot easier than you expected.
I take the bucket with me, and I will be basically taking it along with Oscar until we're like quite a bit out of town, and then chucking it into the underbrush so that no one gets the idea to maybe try and resurrect the well with that bucket. Because that was definitely had the black powder in it. I also get a bit of parchment and I write on it in like big, flowery, official-looking script. This well is contaminated with undead poisons delivered to it by nefarious necromancers. Do not drink from this well. Signed, James Bard, lawyer extraordinaire. And I put that under stone.
Okay, as you're doing this and you unfasten the rope from Oscar, go ahead and give me a medicine check very quickly.
Uh-oh.
$21.
With a 21, as you're unfastening the rope from Oscar's shoulders, you look over for just a brief second, and you notice there's a white film underneath Oscar's eyes.
He's been
With the
drinking
medicine
the
check, do I know
water.
anything about that, like in detail, like rather than just perception? Do I know why that might be?
The fight was hot, and it was with zombies and other creatures. Maybe he's just got an eye infection. It's possible that he just got poked in the eye with a finger. He did take a lot of damage, and dogs were biting at him and
I
yipping
don't
at him.
have detect disease prepared. I can prepare it tomorrow, but I don't have it detected right. I don't have it prepared right now. I'm gonna
He
cast.
seems fine. Like, his strength is good.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And I cast it over myself. Play a little ditty on the harmonica. So, Oscar, how are you feeling? Your eye looks weird, moo.
Oscar turns and revenge completed. Feel good. Go with you now. I itch little.
It itches. That is information that I cannot figure out what is wrong with you with. Let me know if it gets worse. Stamp your hind leg 3 times if I'm not speaking.
Give me an animal handling check, please.
Oh my god, he's gonna chuck you in the whale dax.
Couldn't it be a persuasion check because I'm speaking his language?
It's still going to be animal handling
Okay.
because you're trying to train him to do something outside the ordinary of
Would I get
what he
any
would do.
bonuses because I'm speaking?
Man down.
Yeah, I think he might have crashed.
He's dead.
Oh dear.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself like advantage and plus 20 on the roll. So
Seems legit.
So has anyone ever played Mass Effect 2 in a way where you treat everyone nice, but then you always turn them down when they want to come to your room for sex? It's hilarious because they get all their hopes up and everything, and they all show up in your room and be like, "Nah, I changed my mind. I don't think I want you here anymore." And they're like, "Oh, how could you do this?" And they run
I've
off.
been gone for all of like 6 seconds, and I come back, and it's like,
You're
how
still
did we
gone.
transition so quickly?
You're
You
still
are still
gone.
frozen on the camera.
I need to
I'm
reload.
still frozen on the camera.
yeah, you'll have to
Yeah.
turn your cam off and on again.
Damn Skype.
Yeah.
Is it working now, or is it still being a poo face?
Still off.
I mean, it's a great picture, admittedly.
It is a great picture. This is the new
we could
failfish.
just-
This is the brand new failfish right here.
Great. Absolutely great. So yeah. Animal handling check, please.
Okay. Did you get me saying, do I get any bonuses for speaking his language?
I did. I said no because he's
Okay.
a dumb. His intelligence is really bad, so you're trying to make it applicable to a dumb animal,
21.
which you managed to do with some level of aplomb. He gives you as close to a nod as a cow can give you.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Anyway, we
time.
better be catching up with everybody.
He once again gives you as close to a nod as possible and begins to plod off down the trail from where you left the cart.
Yay! Okay, we go off to the car. Do we want to quickly like restart the call and stuff?
If that's what you want
Yes.
to do, I mean, I can.
It's probably
I think-
the best way to get your camera to work again. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, guys, we'll be back in like a second.
Like 4 seconds.
Oh, hello there.
Hey,
Your camera isn't working.
Yeah, now you're just
Camera's
a
like-
voice.
it's weird because it's working on my screen. Like I have no idea. Like it's right there. Like I don't know. I can
All we
like
have is
restart
sunglasses and hoodie.
sunglasses and hoodie.
Have you
Man,
tried plugging it back in again?
good old Skype.
Oh,
Oh, there,
ah.
something happened for a second.
We had a
It said it
spinning
was
circle,
loading,
then it's
and
gone.
then it went back.
All right. Well, I'll give it a go.
So, hey everybody. Yeah, let's talk about Mass Effect then. I had a great moment in Mass Effect 3 the other week where, like, I finished some missions and I hadn't talked to a lot of people in the time. So I was like, yeah, come up to my room and we can chat. And so, you know, one of the characters came up to my room, the one I was romancing, and we had a nice time. And then I, like, invited up basically my personal secretary. And she was like, by the way, do you want to play chess? And I was like, no. Do you want to get in my shower? And she was like, are you going to join me? I was like, okay. And then one of my other people came to my room, and I was like, oh god, I'm going to get a reputation. And then he was, like,
the
flirting with
asshole.
me. And I was like,
There's something to be said
Cool.
here about the fact that like that always bugged me in Mass Effect. Like, there are clear guidelines in the military against fraternizing with enlisted, and it's just like Shepard just like fucks his way through the entire cast, and I'm just like, is there no oversight? The benefits of being a Spectre, I guess. Like,
The benefits of being a
there's
Spectre.
no ethics committee here,
technically,
just being like,
you
you're not allowed
also-
to do this.
Technically, you have a joint rank in the military, so technically they could kick you out of the military, but you'd still be a Spectre. But also, it depends. Like, some of the people, like Caden and Ashley, are in the chain of command, but then, like, the aliens technically aren't.
No, Ashley and Caden are definitely off limits.
Yeah.
That's fraternizing. Like, you're not allowed to do that. You're not. That's like a
I
fireable
don't know
offense.
how does an advisor count? Like, technically they're sort of under your command, but they're also detached, so
Yeah. Is my camera working, by the way?
no.
No.
Nope.
God damn it. Just like, what can I do?
It keeps teasing us.
What?
It keeps like going tick tick tick. No.
Good old Skype, man, because on my screen, my camera's working perfectly fine, and I can see all of you, and so deceitful. It's so deceitful and upsetting.
You wanna like
Good
restart your
Skype.
PC while we just stall?
Sure, that's fine. Do your thing.
Okay.
Okay. So is everyone excited about Andromeda? I bet you are, EE.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty excited about Andromeda. I was looking at hoodies today, and I was like, see, I want to get a Mass Effect hoodie, and I know Andromeda's coming out soon, but I don't like the hoodie as much as the N7 hoodie. Like,
So get the
Andromeda
N7
hoodies-
hoodie.
Yeah, I probably will. Like, they're quite expensive though. Probably.
I mean, even Legion wears N7 equipment.
Yeah, I mean, the Andromeda hoodie's just like some grey patches and then like a blue badge, and I'm like, doesn't look as cool as like the red stripe of the N7. Wonder what chat thinks.
Do you know offhand if any of your saves will be able to be imported to Andromeda? Like,
As
does
far as I
any
know,
of-
they've said that you don't need a save.
Damn, I was really hoping that some of your decisions from ME1 or ME2 would have had some type of impact on Andromeda.
At the downside of that would be like in Mass Effect 2 and 3, default Shepard was a dick.
What's default Shepard? You mean like the past history?
Yeah, like if you don't import a save,
Gotcha.
like all his decisions are like, by the way, I murdered everybody and I let everybody die, and I didn't do any bonus content at all, and yeah, if there's something that could have been saved, yeah, I fucked it over. Like literally, I was going through like recently when I was trying to set up my Mass Effect thing and I had to create a save from some stuff on the internet and editing. I was looking at the defaults, I was like, well, can I just skip this and do the defaults? I was like, nope, they are not fun. You miss out on like half the content.
Yeah, I was really surprised that some of the decisions you make, the impact in the game is so minimal, and it's surprising how little it is. Like in Mass Effect 1, if you kill Rex, it has almost no effect on the rest of the campaign at all. Nothing. They just replace him with some generic Krogan who behaves the same way that Rex does. It's like, okay.
You're back.
Hey!
It worked.
Hey! Your camera works.
On the Mass Effect Andromeda thing, I get to play it on Thursday.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, I got invited to South San Francisco to their headquarters, and so I get to play Mass Effect all day. Like, I get there at like
Sweet.
9 o'clock, and they're just like,
Nice,
play till
awesome.
5. And they're just going to shadow play the whole thing, so it should be pretty cool.
They've got Natalie Dormer doing the voices for the Doctor Asari, and I was like, I guess I'm romancing the Asari again.
Oh, God. You got to
It's
change
just
it up
weird, though, man.
sometimes.
Why are you going to sleep with aliens? I don't want to sound ignorant, but I mean, there's like on the certain level, there's like, here we go. On a certain level, it's like, is there even a compatibility there? Like, the Asari drops Trow, and it's like, does she even have the hardware for you to use? Who knows? You know, like, and why are you going after the Asari instead of, like, the levitating, like, why is it that you're attracted to the Asari, but you don't want to fuck, like, the space, the jellyfish?
I don't think the Asari
You know, it
really
seems
have-
a little racist that you only
There's
go
no
after the
jellyfish on my
bipedal
ship.
humanoids.
There should be a jellyfish. I would be very happy if there's a jellyfish in Andromeda who can be in your team.
The problem,
You're like,
I
this
was an alcoholic.
things, why am I doing this?
the problem with the jellyfish is it would invite a whole bunch of Japanese porn, and that's all the sex scene would be. And it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's really applicable.
Honestly, what I
for
really
video
want is an Elcor companion who can just have like a heavy gun mounted on the back.
Like a backpack.
Yeah.
I just want the music for when you're romancing the Elcor.
Oh my God,
love. I'm so
Fuck
lost
that, I just wanna
without
have-
you.
I just want to have Blasto. Give me Blasto
Yeah.
as a companion.
Badass flea. Take this, scum.
So, anyways, that
What are we
got way off.
doing? Why are we here? I can't remember.
I don't even know what my character is anymore.
Welcome
Got
to
way-
Roll4It.
So we were in the middle of a conversation between a goblin and a cow. Let's go back.
By
By
to
the way, our
Goblins in this
viewership has
game?
gone up during this conversation, so God knows what we're doing.
Apparently, that's what
Sorry.
works.
Where did the
It's all
goblins
about
come
fucking
from?
the Elcor. It's all about fucking the Elcor.
There we go. We just need a podcast about
That's
Mass
it.
Effect banging. Just give
I'm
up on
googling
the...
it. Rule 34 Elcor. Here we go.
Don't do it. Don't
Oh,
do
Lord.
it.
This
Oh,
one
no.
cannot recall if it has discharged its energy clip. This one wants to know if you are feeling. He doesn't say lucky. What does he say?
You're feeling that fortune is on your side or something, yeah.
It's so good.
There's nothing.
Badassfully.
So, somebody on DeviantArt, get on that. You've disappointed me.
Damn it, Blasto.
You've disappointed.
We're giving
You keep
artists a
going
lot of homework
outside the
today.
rules.
Okay, Dax, bring Oscar back to us, please.
I bring
Please.
I bring Oscar back, and Oscar's going like for the 10 minutes that I have of comprehend languages. I'm trying to get Oscar to like say his emotion at the front of everything that he talks to me about, so I can just better get a gist of how he's feeling. And if he doesn't know what his emotion is, which is fine, he's got not much intelligence, I want him to say badassfully.
I was about to say animal handling target 25, but you did just roll a 25. Oh no, you didn't. It is 21.
I can't get a 25. I've only got a +3 to wisdom.
I don't think any
Yeah, but
animal
guidance.
handling
No,
check
sorry, I've got a
will
+2. Yeah. +2
allow a
for-
cow to speak and use future euphemisms.
No.
Dax, can you
only
just-
when I'm. Yeah, but anyway.
Dax, can you just make sure Oscar's okay with this? I think No Sun and I have the equipment ready to go.
Oh, wow. You're really quick with that equipment.
Yeah.
Oscar, you cool with this?
I can't speak cow anymore. I assume it's more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, you can make an animal handling check to try and lead him to the front of the cart and basically get him lashed up and make sure that he understands what he's supposed to be doing.
$16.
Okay. Without too much trouble, you manage to lead him over to the cart, and it actually seems like he vaguely gets the idea of what you want him to do. In fact, maybe he's actually pulled a plow, or he's pulled some kind of heavy object before. And as you start to affix the harness over his shoulders and whatnot, he just seems to go where he leans right into it, and it seems like he's ready for it. And before too long, Mormon and Sloovy have been replaced by one large, rather massive testosterone-based muscle mass known as Oscar.
Description.
He's like one of those big cows that has like the inability to do anything but grow muscle. He's just like, "Brrr."
That's what I'm imagining, yes.
He's got a strength of like 20, bro. It's gnarly.
This bulking mountain with legs is like... "Arr, arr."
Let's see how Oscar does. You get the cart moving?
Yeah, I take up like position on the front of the cart and just, chat Oscar through it. He cool.
Oscar actually seems to struggle a tiny bit as it gets going. But once he's got the cart moving, it just seems like he has like a warm-up period. He's got to get the engine fired back up. He's had a lot of combat too, and he's been stabbed a lot of times today. It's been a rough day to
Also-
be Oscar.
Also, he's slowly zombifying.
Well, nobody else knows about that yet.
At
As he
some point, he's going to
continues-
give us the 3 hoof beats, and we're going to be like, what does that mean? And Dex just runs off into the forest.
Well, I gotta make a memory check to see if he remembers too. That's the other part, because he's got an intelligence of like 4. So it's like, well, he's kind of dumb. You make pretty good progress. You travel for about 6 or 7 hours. Around the time that you decide to stop and make camp on the first day, you're about 2 days out from the Croftwood. You hear Oscar cough and then wake up.
Can we push it and travel some extra time? Because if it's going to be like, how long do you say it was a 1.5 day trip? If we push it, we could probably make that in 1 day, and then we can just rest when we've met friends.
That would be your call. That's up to you guys. Yeah, the option is available to you there. Yes, you can do it, but it's your call as a group.
I mean, how many extra hours would it take us? Because if we're using the default rules, I can't remember. It was like 10 plus the extra hours, or 8 plus the extra hours as a Constitution saving throw. So
yeah, it's something like that. We'd
Yeah.
probably just do. You guys aren't like most of you guys are walking though. Like it's at a pretty leisurely pace. So
Yeah, we're
an
limited
8-hour
by
walk
the speed of
is
the
a
cart.
shitty walk, but you guys can sit on the cart and whatnot too as you're going. So I would say that kind of lowers the DC for.
yeah,
Like,
I'm happy
fatigue-related
to
saves.
like walk a good distance if people are looking tired.
I was actually gonna say like it'll count as a short rest if you want it to while you're in the back of the cart. I mean, if some people want to take a long rest, there's only room for like one person to sleep in the back too. But somebody could take a long rest in the back of the cart with how comfortable you've made it. during this time if you wanted to elect somebody in retrospect.
I mean, normally I'd say a Davi, but he is heavy, and I'm not sure that would help Oscar.
Excuse you.
Oscar's strength, he can pull a Davy.
Yeah, he already made the check, so I
Okay,
mean,
cool.
I would assume that handles just about it.
Guys,
That
do you
makes
want to
it
try and
equal
push it and get there in one night? Also, someone can sleep in the back of the cart.
Probably best for Frog if we can.
Makes sense.
I mean, I'm happy
Frog.
walking. I've got too much riding recently.
Oh, if you're okay with that, I'd love to get a nap. My goodness.
By all means, a Davy.
I
So,
made
Davi,
myself
you-
comfortable right next to Frog.
Yeah, you hop
cozy.
back. Because most of the blood and everything's been cleaned up, Frog isn't too terrible of a bedmate. I mean, he moves around and jostles every now and again with the bumps in the road, but you
I
fall
make sure
asleep
that
pretty
I have-
quickly.
I make sure that I have one of my spare robes completely lining between us so that I'm never touching this goblin.
Oh, well.
The subtle racism, your human privilege. Okay. you clock out for a nap alongside Frog, and as travel goes along, this would be the point at which, about 8 hours in, Dax stops and he asks if you guys want to push it. So, as a group, do you want to push it and see if you can go further, or do you want
push
to? You'll arrive like
real good.
it's about 6 o'clock right now. It will require a survival check to navigate in the dark and not lose the path. So there's
I've
that.
got night vision, so can I see the path easily? Like, I don't know how defined this path is, but presumably it's a cart path. It's pretty...
You're underneath a canopy of trees in the middle of the night, so I would say that it brings you down to dim lighting. So it'd basically be
I
almost pitch black at
cast
night.
light on the harness.
Okay.
It's going to make it
so-
obvious to attackers, I know, but at the same time, we need to help Frog.
Yeah, that's fine. So did you guys want to push it or no?
I'm fine with it.
Pushing it. I
Okay.
agree when Dax brings this up. Frankly, I've been walking at a very leisurely pace, though some of us will have to work harder than others. And my eyes dart towards Mormon, then back to Dax.
Mormon, do you want
I
to
spot
take
this?
an hour of sitting on the cart with the rest of them?
I assume that he can sit on the cart for an hour. That doesn't slow it down.
No.
Okay.
I go, all right. But I'm okay at the moment. I don't think there's like I'm particularly injured
yeah,
or
but you won't
tired
be
yet.
moving
But I
25
am
feet. We can move the 30 feet. I mean, if I got on the cart as well, we'd move at 40 feet because Oscar can move... I don't know if Oscar can move 40 feet with a cart attached.
Also,
That's the
you
thing,
don't know
I'm
if
imagining
Snoopy can
that,
walk
like,
fast.
I'm imagining that Oscar with the cart goes slower than all of our movement speeds
Yeah,
anyway.
how fast does Oscar go with the cart? Is he half move?
I'm actually just using the standard movement rates. You guys have got a cart, and we're doing world travel mode right now, so the 35 feet wouldn't really matter as far as mileage goes that you're able to cover in the course of a day.
Can I get on top of Oscar and travel a little bit
His
like
strength
that?
will allow it, yeah.
In which
that's
case, yeah, sure. If Mormon gets on the front of the cart and I get on top of Oscar, Nosson, you've got 40 feet movement, right? Or is it 35?
40.
40. Oscar can go 40. We can travel like a
What
third
about
faster.
Snoopy, though? Is Snoopy traveling with us?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sloovy is with you right now. He's taken up a position alongside the cart
Yeah, that would be too much.
and is just kind of scanning the forest line.
We can do the 30 feet move. So how many extra hours do we have to travel then?
You would arrive, so you're about 6 o'clock right now. It was a day and a half in order to get there. You would get there at like 1 to 2 in the morning, and it would require a constitution save from everybody, just because it's been a long, long day.
Presumably not a Davy since he's sleeping.
Yeah, Davi's fine. He actually wakes up right now as people are discussing this, so he can weigh in.
Oh,
Well.
Davy, if you've done sleeping, someone else can sleep in the back of the cart. You're fresh, right?
Oh, that's so nice, though.
I call over food.
What? Is there
Mormon,
food?
you're really picking up the social stuff.
I sit bolt upright just instantly at the word food. Where's the food?
Moment, I hope you actually have some food for him, because the last time someone lied to him about food, he had them stripped naked and held up by their ankles, shaking them until he was absolutely certain they hadn't
I take
scurried something away.
the last half of the beef jerky that I had, because I gave him half of it last time, I think. And I wasn't
Mhm.
eating it
Hey-
anymore because I'm eating flatbread. And I hand it to Mormond.
As you
I
cast
say
the light
here,
spell,
and also there is more of it if we make quick time to the Croftwood.
Oh, all right then. That.
Say,
No, I'll climb out of the cart.
Dax
Give it
and
here,
Adavi,
Marmon.
perception checks, please.
11.
19.
Adavi, that time spent jostling around in the back of the cart with Frog, in between his bandages and everything like that, you notice he's got a complex tattoo of just connecting triangles that connect along the corners. It wasn't visible before with all of his armor and gear on, but now that they basically got him stripped down in order to medically treat everything he's got going on, you notice it running down the side of one neck and all the way almost down one arm.
And anyway, I could some type of check to figure out if I have any knowledge about seeing something like this previously, or is it a brand new thing?
Yes. So I would say to make me a. Let me take a look at the skill list. Let me see what. Give me an investigation roll, please.
Okay. Don't fail me now, dice. 14.
With a 14, you take a look at it, and the geometrical arrangement of the triangles and the way that they've been going, they look just like wedges, like the higher increment of coins, like the ones that mean 10 gold coins. That's what they're meant to be.
Okay, then I'm going to take before I hop out of the cart, and take a second to count how many wedges he has.
Sure. You take a little bit of time to count the tattoos, the individual wedges / triangles, coins essentially tattooed on him. You count 25 altogether.
Not bad. Then I remember that there's food outside the cart. I hop down and I go jostle Mormon until he gives me the food.
I hand it over.
Wait, who's not the best at surviving a long, like, grueling walk? Like, we can have another person sleep in the back for the next few hours.
I'm good.
I suddenly look like I remember something. Go, oh, hold on a minute. I've got this thing, and I pull out the ring that I found earlier. Maybe this could come in useful if anyone's particularly tired. I'd show it to Dex. Remember that it's weird thing with the word you say.
Oh,
It's the one with like the winged shoe on it.
I mean, we'll probably get there tonight and get to sleep, but if we were doing like a multi-day thing, that would be helpful, I guess.
It's just if anyone's feeling tired, it was great when I used it before.
I'll bear that in mind, but I feel all right at the moment. Whether I'll still feel all right once we reach our destination, who knows? But we should really be on our way.
I look at Sluvi. Does Sluvi want to take the back of the cart? Because if not, I'll take it, because at least I can then recharge my magical abilities.
Sylvie looks all right. He could use a rest, but he doesn't really answer in the affirmative when you ask. Nah, Sea Giant will be fine. Don't worry about it.
Alright, Sylvie, you should probably get in the back anyway, because, you know, you need to look after, you know, Frog, and he's not looking great, so it's probably best if you get in the back.
What's wrong with him? He walks back around and looks over the side of the cart, which is actually pretty easy because it's only at about waist level for him.
Yeah. I mean...
What did you see?
Nothing that I've seen yet, but if we're going to get there soon, it's probably a good idea that you watch over until we get there.
Persuasion, please.
Uh, 24.
Wow.
This is what I do.
Sloopy seems really concerned all of a sudden. Well, I'll take a look. And he starts reaching around for his healer's kit, which he brings out, and he starts going through some of the parts. Like, he doesn't look good. I think you're absolutely correct. And he starts climbing into the back of the cart, and it sags a bit. Oscar looks over his shoulder.
Oscar. Oscar's like...
Wait, more than a Davi or less than a Davi?
He's an 8-foot tall dude, so I would assume he weighs at least like 240, 250, since he's pretty
like,
muscled.
Built, yeah, he's gonna be.
I not that it's gonna matter, but for RP reasons, I cast guidance on Oscar just so that he can get the cart moving, just to give him that initial push of momentum, and then I just switch back to having the light cantrip up again, and then just keeping that up every minute or so.
Okay. That's Oscar's 12 right there if you wanted to roll the guidance on it.
Okay. I mean, it'll only apply for the first, like one, but...
He gets a 13, and you see him strain against the harness for a second. Sloovy looks at the ox and then looks at you. Is he gonna be all right?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
I lean against Oscar and try and push a little bit without looking too like I'm trying to help.
Athletics
Like,
check.
I'm trying to be subtle about it, so it couldn't be a disadvantage.
No, it's fine. You can just have an athletics. It's fine.
Cool.
You apply your massive 25 kilos of goblin weight against him.
3! It looked like 17.
Yeah, so you push against. You get the feeling you're helping, or you're hurting more than helping, as you push against Oscar.
Moment.
He
Can you
looks
come
back
over
at you
a sec?
angrily.
I wander over.
We've got a little bit stuck in some mud. Can you push?
All right, and I start.
Observing that, I also kind of move along to the cart and try and give it a bit of a push.
I grab a bit of the
On
cart,
so as to
pulling.
ease. At the mention of mud, Sloovy gets out because he figures his weight is not helping the
Slowly's
situation
fine.
if it's in bed.
If Frog dies, this will all be for nothing. So once we get moving, it'll be easier.
He looks between all of you. Wouldn't it be easier to get the cart moving if I wasn't in it?
All that works too. My intelligence is not my foreplay.
Your foreplay?
I meant forte, but again, my intelligence is not my forte.
With all of this discussion,
Wow.
fine, I'll rest in the cart, and I hop up onto the cart.
Okay. And with that, Noson's up back in the cart. Sloovy sees him jump in, shrugs. This is basically what he wanted anyway, so he walks back up to the front of the cart.
I just assumed
And-
that he was like manning up and being like, "Oh, I'll be fine," but he was really like tired. So
Man on the board
Well,
again!
Oh
As
no.
Sloovy... Oh, no. Gosh, darn
So
it.
guys, how's this pushing coming along? It's
Let's take. We're gonna have to get some.
Oh no!
Corrugated
Man is
iron.
back on board.
Oh,
Yay!
oh,
Hey.
he's back.
Hey, he's back.
There we go. Everything's fine.
Nice roll.
Roll the die.
Yeah, I was supposed to. That was actually Sloovy attempting to help. And with that, Sloovy actually, you see him attempting to pull on the harness, and he almost seems like he's dozing off standing up.
does he go under the wheel?
He doesn't. The cart does not get moving, but he sort of like slumps to one knee for a moment, and you hear him grunt slightly.
Moment, that ring?
Yeah, it might be a good time, and I wander over to Sloovy. I check the inscription on the ring because I've forgotten what the words were.
Sure, did you need me to check on that?
Yeah, just what it says inside, because I didn't write it down because I keep not writing things down.
Okay. Let's
Open up a
see.
notepad. It's amazing.
I put them in my item description for the items. I just put it in big capital letters so I know what to say.
Yeah, you might have to go check that out because it actually was. I improvised that. It wasn't part of the description.
Crap.
Meanwhile, I ask
Crap, that was the
Sloovy.
word.
Meanwhile, I ask Sloovy, how did you know that Krakoa was turning? What was the indicator?
Well, he didn't look very well. He shifts from his knee and sits down on the road, basically. He didn't look well when I arrived. He was already in rough shape. It seemed as though they had him there for maybe a few weeks. Some longer amount of time, I'm not really sure. I don't know what you found about the place, but whatever was happening to him was well underway by the time I arrived.
It was in the water. There was something in the water. Are you sure you didn't have any water while you were there?
No, I hadn't been there long enough, and my assumption is they weren't too interested with feeding prisoners anyways. Although the large gap in between mealtimes
My feet carry me,
does
apparently.
make sense.
Yeah, apparently it's may your feet carry you with strength or something to that effect.
That's fine. We can use
It's
that.
inscribed on the ring, so I put the ring on one of the how big is Sea Giant hands? Does it even fit?
It's pretty big, but you just get it over like the end of like one of his pinkies.
Yeah, I just put it on the tip of a pinky and then say the words and see if it affects him or it just doesn't work because it's not the
Nothing happens.
right person saying it. I say, okay, repeat after me, and then I say the words to him.
He repeats right after you, and you see him briefly close his eyes for a moment as he's speaking with Adavi. It's like he loses his train of thought for just a second, and then all of a sudden he's, Yeah, I don't think they were interested in feeding prisoners, and that makes a lot of sense now that I saw the carnage that was outside. It's almost as if his speech becomes like firmer and stronger almost. He's got the ring on his finger while he's talking, and he hasn't really seemed to give it much attention. He just keeps talking to you.
Wow, Sloovy, you look a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Maybe all I needed was a little sit down. You know, sea giants, we're strong constitution. That's all it takes. Lesser man would need a sleep right now. All I need is a little sit down.
Good,
Does
good.
he still have the ring?
Yeah, it's sitting on his finger right now, like he's holding his pinky out like he's fancy, like he hasn't even noticed what you just did.
I just take it back off his finger then.
He doesn't notice.
I look at Dax and shrug.
Mormon, can you help with the cart then?
All right, and I come back over and help with the cart.
He goes, "Oh, let me help as well." And he takes a position alongside you as you try to get the cart dug out.
I know that I'm just gonna be more hindrance than help, so I'm just sitting by the side, like directing, making like hand signals.
You got two little sticks that are like you cast light spells on.
Yeah, yeah.
You say do athletics or something?
Yeah, that's fine.
This cart is reversing.
18.
Oh, without too much effort, both you and Sloovy managed to get the cart up, back, and moving, and before too long, it's picked up some momentum. Nasan, you feel the cart start to jostle as it moves forward, and it isn't too long before you start to drift off to sleep. The rest of you, after about 6 hours of travel, you realize that you should be somewhere near the Croftwood Circle. Give me survival checks, please, or perception checks, whichever you find to be more
Do you want us to make the
Mm,
Constitution saving throw you asked for earlier that we didn't make?
Sure, yes. Constitution saving throws from everybody that hasn't
the
slept.
Extra hours past 8, so it'd be me.
Oh, it's fine. I already know what the threshold is because you guys have modifiers and whatnot too, due to the fact that you have a cart and whatnot.
Davy, I don't
Survival
think you can do it
6.
because you slept.
Mormon, you're fine.
got
Dax, you
3.
take fatigue, unfortunately.
Oh,
You are now
yeah.
fatigued. Adavi, you slept. You don't have to worry about it. Nasan, you slept. And then Sloovy needs to make a constitution save as well. Okay, so Sloovy's fine. Mormon's fine. Dax, you're the only one. You're starting to think that maybe you should have taken a nap as you start to arrive. From now on, disadvantage on a lot of things.
It's all
My roll-
ability checks, isn't it? For the first
Yeah, I
level.
think it's ability
Yeah.
checks, so it's rough.
My roll was
everybody
for
make
survival,
perception.
by the way.
What's that?
Because you said to roll survival or perception, so I rolled survival. That's what that was.
Okay, it's whichever you like best.
I rolled survival and got a natural 1.
Okay.
Do I have any modifiers for dark vision?
No, we'll just keep it flat for right now.
Sorry, what
Like
are
a
we
5.
what are we rolling for right now? Like, did we just get up, sort of thing? So we're looking around, sort of thing.
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
not on awake.
You're approaching the Croftwood Circle right now.
Oh.
And so this is going to determine how much information I
we
feed
were
you.
going past the pillar first that was excavated, because that was closest, and then onto the Croftwood Circle, weren't we?
I got
Yeah,
15
but you
on
guys did
survival.
bring it up, so we went straight to the Croftwood, unfortunately.
We'll have to pop back.
Well,
to
the
that later.
If Frog needs healing, so makes sense.
Nasan, you smell smoke as you're starting to wake up from the cart, and as you look at the sky, you realize it's the wrong color. It's kind of an orangish color. The rest of you, Dax, you don't notice anything. Mormon, it's been a long, long day, and you're just kind of leaning against the cart as it walks slightly, and you just doze off for a second. You don't notice any of this. Like, you're still on your feet, but you're kind of dozing. As
do I
far
see this?
as perception check, please, at a disadvantage.
Transition straight to sleepwalking.
That'd be a 6.
You do not notice this. Davi, you don't really notice it either, although you get the smell. Is that a campfire I smell? I don't know. Maybe there's food.
Yeah, maybe there's food.
I sit up in the cart. I take a deep breath and I look around the others, almost trying to see if they've picked up on anything. And at Darby mentioning that there's smoke on the wind and the sky.
There's smoke on the what?
On the wind.
The wind. What?
Do I hear him or am I like asleep now?
Take a breath.
So
Can't you smell it?
No, you're just dozy. You can hear him.
Can I smell
I
that?
go, what?
Look at the sky. that color.
Sorry. Can I
There's
smell
flames
that?
here somewhere.
Not Dax's voice. I meant to. I got
Oh,
it
right,
wrong.
sorry.
If our attention's
no.
drawn
With-
to it, does that
No,
mean we can
the s-
notice it if we?
I can't
If
smell
they draw your
anything.
attention to it, you don't smell it, but you do see that the sky is orange because you failed the
Oh.
perception check, so you don't catch the smell.
The sky is
It
orange.
wasn't that color last time we walked through.
Those are flames
Oh,
reflecting
no.
back off the clouds.
Does it look like flames reflecting back off the clouds?
It does have a flicker to it, yes.
Oh.
I jump out of the cart.
We need to get some scouting ahead then. Something's up at the circle.
Where
Nasan,
are we? How far have we made it?
you're about 30 minutes from the Croftwood Circle right now.
I detach Oscar from the cart because we're not going to take
Okay.
a bulky sitting target in with us.
Someone should guard Frog.
Sloovy?
Sloovy, he raises his
Sloovy.
hand. I'll keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Thank you, Sloovy. We need to check this out. This is not safe.
I turn to the rest of the group then.
Just as a heads up, I'm pretty tired, and I've only got the smallest of, power of magic left in me, so just try not to get hurt.
I put on the
Hopefully-
ring. I didn't want to use Frog's ring. I put it on.
Okay, are you trying to hide this as you put it on?
No.
The rest
we
of you,
notice?
he's not trying to hide it, so you see him slide a ring onto his finger.
I found Frog's ring, by the way, but if we're going to need the healing...
By all means.
Fair enough.
I'm glad you found it.
by the
Hopefully
way,
we won't need anything.
Yeah, can I just check the ring to see if there's an inscription or something I need to say, or is it just like a use it?
As you put it on, you get an intense feeling of like being at home. When you're away from home for a long time and you first walk in the front door and you
I don't
smell
have
the
a home.
smell.
I never really felt that feeling.
Yeah, but you have an
Yeah.
Oscar.
You do now, but it feels alien and strange, and it makes
So-
you a little bit on edge.
You feel strangely tranquil.
Oh.
You felt this feeling when you've arrived back at a tavern after spending a lot of time traveling. It's the feeling of knowing your next meal is coming and that you are safe for now. It's a very, very tranquil, calming feeling.
I like this ring. It's a good ring.
And if you feel like if you focus on that feeling and you just immerse yourself in it, maybe something will happen.
Okay, don't use that yet, then.
Hopefully we will have no need for your healing spells or that ring.
I cancel
But it's good.
the cantrip that's made Oscar light as well.
Say, all right, let's move. Shouldn't waste any time. I leave behind my normal greatsword, but I carry the cool new one with me.
Okay?
Can you?
Uh,
Can we get a scout to head out a little bit of front of the group?
Certainly.
Not
With
some.
that, I tried to
Do
stealth.
you need
and-
anything light to go with you, or are you okay in the dark?
Well, by the looks of it, there's going to be plenty light where we're going. So
Is there
full
any
stop?
difference? Is there any difference in the thickness of the fog around us?
Is it
the
smog?
fog appears to have gotten very, very thick.
Is it more smog than fog now?
It's mixed together with the smoke that's in the air that some of you aren't perceiving. And so Nasan would notice this, that there is a fog in the air and that it has settled in some ways. And you seem to recall when you were this close to the Croftwood before, the fog had been fought back. But now it seems to be here.
Well, then I move ahead of the rest of the group a little ways, and I attempt to be stealthy about it as I go in the direction of the Croftwood.
Sure. Give me a stealth roll, please.
20.
Nice.
Bad at all. Very, very nice. So you begin to stealthily make your way towards the Croftwood. You're only about 30 minutes out, but it takes you a good 45 to get there just because you're being very, very careful.
Yeah.
And as far as you can tell, you are mostly invisible. However, you are human, and it is nighttime. And so your vision range is rough right now. You're having a tough time, even though you're staying stealthed. As you approach the Croftwood, there is some light being thrown out. Perception check, please. I'm going to say that because of the light that's being thrown from whatever is going on, you're not going to be at a disadvantage, though. It'll just be a normal perception check.
This is the advantage of being like down away from the light source, is that you can see people
Only 12.
silhouetted.
With a 12, you creep forward, and you can't see anything just yet. The trees are just too thick, unfortunately, and it's blocking your view, but you can hear shouts. And you can hear... Well, they sound stressed.
Okay, I'm going to try and creep a little bit closer and get a bit of a closer look before I head back to the rest of the group. That's all right.
Okay. You spend another couple of minutes trying to creep closer. Give me another perception check this time.
Rolls are not with me. 14.
With a 14, you move your way towards the sound of the throng. You can hear the jangling of chains, the shouting of people in duress. You can hear howling and yipping, and the din of animals, essentially, enraged or perhaps under attack. As you peer around the trees, trying to make sure of what you see two massive figures bound with chains, and they appear to be actually engaged in combat. They move very, very swiftly, and it's dark, but it seems almost as if they're fighting the trees themselves as they grab limbs and tear them downwards. The trees shudder and lean and strike back with their limbs. And you also see dogs or something smaller around the ankles leaping and taking. You hear the crack of a whip, and you hear the telltale sign that the Kizrathi have arrived.
No
and are
bueno.
Communicating.
This needs different music.
Okay. Do these dogs seem to be attacking the trees or the two large figures?
The large figures.
Well, I've seen enough with that. I head back. I try to be stealthy as I'm leaving, but I quickly start to abandon that in favor of speed.
Okay. You start to make your way back. You were unseen. With everything going on, nobody was really perceptive enough to make sure that you were there. You arrive back quickly in front of the cart to find Sloovy in the back tending to Frog. And the rest of you, how do you want to proceed? What are you doing right now?
I express what I saw and the conclusion that I came to, that the Kizrathi are attacking the Croftwood.
Wait. We were 30 minutes away, and Nossum went 30 minutes there.
I was going to say that we were following them rather than being...
Yeah, I was thinking we were like
cart.
following at a close range, but like 200 meters back or something.
Okay.
So letting him go ahead so that he can stealth.
Yeah.
That's fine. Perception checks from all of you, please, then.
Come on, dice.
I'm at disadvantage.
1.
20.
Natural 1.
That would be a 9,
Okay.
not a 21.
Davi, you can't focus on anything right now but getting yourself fed. Like, it's really, really hard for you to focus on a conversation when you're this hungry. And nobody ever gave you anything to eat. And so you've been sitting in the back asking about food since you woke up like an hour and a half ago. And you got kind of like that shaky, low blood sugar feeling. You just cannot do this right now. You just cannot do this without food.
Can I
you will
hear
be
his stomach
fatigued
rumble?
until you have food. Dax, with that score, no, you cannot. You don't see anything other than the lights in the sky. Mormon, you hear his stomach grumble. You see the flickering in the night sky, and just for a second, you hear the crack of a whip and a slight like a roar echoing through the forest that nobody else actually seems to hear.
I stop for a second and say, sounds like a fight ahead. We should
Well,
be
then let's
quick.
get moving.
I hurry on.
Okay. Is there anyone alive?
Well, if there's a fight, there must
Well, they
be.
were fighting someone, so it seemed that way, though it'll sound odd, and I can't profess any knowledge of how druids or what they can do, but it seemed to me as if the Kizrathi were fighting the trees, and more to the point that the trees were fighting back.
Okay, so just no talk about firewood or woodworking, and we're cool.
Let's
Your
just get there,
capacity
Dax.
to make light of even the direst situation is actually humbling, Dax. Well played.
I do
How
my
far
best.
away? How far away were these two creatures you mentioned?
It was difficult to judge distance, but they were in the Croftwood. Sorry, the circle. We're at the circle, aren't we?
Yeah, you're basically about 10 minutes out now, where you
I
regrouped
expressed that
everybody else.
basically they were there in amongst it all.
Then let's get going.
All right.
Daxter,
You
you
make
have
your way.
special to take down a big baddie.
Is this just a small
I've got
group
nothing
with
special.
Sloovy's
I'm
back
kind
with
of-
Frog, isn't he?
Yeah, Sloovy's in the back with Frog right now, having volunteered to guard him.
Yeah. Very well.
Well, I'm going to hurry along at Nosan's feet. Hopefully keep up.
Okay. You guys make your way to where Nosan had scouted. And before too long, as you're pressing your way through the underbrush, you come face to face with the scene that he had described. Only this time, the ground is on fire. Things have definitely gotten worse. Nosan, you'll notice this almost instantly, is that it seemed like it was a brief skirmish. And at this point, it looks like it has developed into a full-on war. There are lines of Kisrathi fighting with animals, which are dodging in and out of the bushes. You hear a crack as down from the sky, lightning arcs its way through the trees and strikes one of the Kisrathi in the chest, instantly reducing half of his body to ash. This situation has rapidly gotten out of control. And with that,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt the flow.
no, go ahead.
On the way back, I just wanted to check, because you had actually mentioned it a few times, and not just in fluff for comedic reasons, but is Adavi's stomach actually genuinely making loud grumbles on the way back?
Oh yeah, Mormon heard it for sure with that score.
And can I roll perception, or would my passive perception have picked it up as we were making our way towards this complex?
Yeah, it would have.
At that point, then, like, the thing is people think that, it's just a grumbly stomach, but that will actually genuinely give you away if you're trying to be sneaky. So at that point, I'll just pull out like a half, it's almost like flatbread. Like, Dawson has fairly simple rations. I literally just throw it in. Shut your stomach, Adavi.
I
can't help it.
Mom, and didn't you give him all the beef jerky I gave you earlier?
Well, yeah, there wasn't much left. I know they'll hear the rumbling over the sound of the war they're having anyway.
Let's just keep moving. Don't worry about it.
What rumbling?
Gurgle, 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 gurgle.
Yes, yeah.
So how did...
I get on top of Oscar.
Okay. So how do you want to proceed from here? You're sitting at the edge. You're watching the carnage taking place. What do you want to do as you enter combat?
Jump in and fight the Kisrathi.
Okay. I just didn't know if people wanted to go in stealthy.
Noson is already circling stealthily along the tree line.
I can't stealth right
Okay.
now, and my best bet is just to be on Oscar.
Okay.
I say they need help as soon as possible.
Actually,
All that they can get. We need to charge in.
can't remember what Oscar's HP is. How badly is he hurt from last fight?
Oscar has had several hours of walking, and he's had some time to cash in his hit dice, and so he's looking a little bit better.
Okay, cool.
He's not dripping as much blood as he was previously.
I mean, I only have one spell slot left, so...
But you do have a cool new toy.
So yeah,
there's
I've
that.
got 2 heals now.
Well, I was talking about the rapier. I was talking about the
Oh.
dope rapier you picked up.
Yeah. I'm not a mainline fighter, though, so my plan is just to keep around the edges and maybe pick off the small ones.
Bilal, you're absolutely correct, by the way.
What's going on?
Apparently, chat has just been wondering what this is. It's basically got lavender seeds in it, and you put it in the microwave, and then it keeps warm, keeps the heat for ages. I'm not feeling very well, so make me feel better. Apparently, this became this big conversation about what this thing around my neck was.
I mean, you are like a hunter. You went out and killed it, right?
Yes, yes, I did.
Stuffed it for the
That's-
lavender
that's-
that you picked yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
actually our-
stuffed the native tigers of Scotland.
Yeah,
full
that's
of
your
lavender.
cosplay. That's your cosplay right there.
That's our scout. He's just wearing it around for lulz.
All right. And so, Nasan, you start to sneak around to the side. In front of you, you see 2 archers. And a perception check, please.
15.
With a 15, you can also see on the other side of a rock embankment, slightly to the front of the archers you were looking at, You can see that there's a mage. It looks like, I don't know, he's carrying a staff and he's making incantations, and you hear a whoom as out of the staff launches a large ball of fire at the enemy, and you see the light splash off of the sky as it explodes somewhere out of your line of sight. There are two archers, though. These are Kizrathi. A little bit in front of the embankment, you think you see a hammer raised high for just a moment, and then it comes back down.
Where are the others at this point in relation?
They're back to the right of you behind another rock embankment.
They haven't yet made a move to enter.
I'm specifically going to get as close as I can without getting anywhere near enough that I could possibly get seen, because right now I'm tired and I'm on an ox and I am not stealthy.
Okay. Well, I start stalking my way back to the group as far as I can, but it depends on whether they stay where they were or whether they charge in. I know Davy was saying that he was ready to just go straight for it.
I'm with Dax and Davy, but I'm like, we need to go.
What? Where? What? Oh, sorry.
I've drawn the great sword, the new one I've got.
Okay. You find that as you bring it in, you feel good about this weapon. As you look down at it, it feels good in your hand, and it feels so much lighter than what you would expect it to feel like.
I weigh it in my hand and things, and get a feel for it. I'm like, got a time as any to test the thing.
You're damn right. Let's get moving.
Okay, and so with that, I'm going to need everybody to roll me some initiative as you charge into combat. I'm going to bring you guys on over to the combat map. And we can take a vote right now. Do people want to take the break now before we start the combat? Or do you want to get like 30 minutes?
I think we'll come out.
Okay.
Or what about the rest of you? That's my vote.
Yeah, I mean, everyone would be very early break, so.
Sure.
I
Had
just
to be a
wanted
bit
make
early
sure
to
get settled in.
put it off.
I don't know if
Drag
I have
for
disadvantage on initiative. I think I do because it's an ability.
No,
no, it's
it's not.
skills. I think
Initiative.
it's specific skills.
It's independent. You're fine.
Good old low rolls.
Oh, good. I've already got you guys set up. You should be solid. So, Nasan, you're behind these trees over here. You can really do whatever it is that you want to do to position yourself behind those trees. The rest of the group who's up by the embankment here, as long as you're behind like this layer of rock, you can basically position yourself wherever you want, kind of in this area back here behind that embankment.
Oh dear God.
I accidentally double-clicked the initiative button. I guess the first click stands.
Yeah, I
that's
think
fine.
so. Yep. So it would be a 19. Let me adjust you.
So where's
fixed it.
everyone else? Okay, I see.
So what's off to
Nasan.
the side?
Don't
where
worry
it's all-
about that.
Oh, okay.
I've used this. Basically, I found it was more efficient for me. Here, this is what we'll do. I
Ah.
found that it's more. I'll reveal it. Hold on. I found it's more efficient for me if I put multiple maps, like for little encounters like this one,
That makes sense.
on one page, so that I have less pages to manage. And so I just black out all the ones that you can't see along the sides. And then you guys, I've got like 5 or 6 random maps basically that I've made on our little website, so that I can just be like, oh, I need a battle map, unexpected combat, and I can just drag you guys in real fast. Some of them have houses, some of them have warehouses, taverns, stuff like that.
Because we went so fast, you didn't expect us to get back when it was burning. Yes.
All right. So we have our initiative taken care of. I had a couple of rolls up here.
I think
The
I do have
nines-
disadvantage on my initiative chat saying so.
That's all done. That's why I was rolling, is I was trying to get this moving. That's going to be for...
Yeah, my 9 stands.
Okay.
You rolled
Add
intelligence.
Did I? Oh crap.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that again.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, my
There you
9
go.
stands. Yeah.
All right, so we will
The same roll
go
too.
I know, it was a really nice roll.
sending order. Nasan, what do you want to do? As of right now, you have not actually joined the combat. You have not been announced to combatants, basically. And so, what do you want to do?
Does it look like the others have launched into combat yet? Or are they literally stood where they're stood right now?
It looks like they've drawn on the same idea, especially Mormon's posture has become much, much more hostile, and it looks like he's calculating a plan. It's just you were faster than he was.
All right. Well, am I stealthed right now, based on my stealth roll? Okay, cool. With that, then, I am going to make my way up. I'm literally going to get right up next to Mormon. I murmur, archers and a mage to the side. We should probably try and take them out. The mage looks like he's commanding quite a lot of force into this battle.
A good idea, and turn to face that way.
Okay. Is that going to be your turn, Nasan?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I could. I think that was quite a lot to say, honestly, for it to be a free action.
Mormon, what do you want to do?
I'm going to basically charge past the front of Adavi and say, go for the mage and the archers. And how far can I run?
Geek the mage. Did you just say geek the mage?
Precisely. I said it in...
Did you shout that?
I said go for the mage, because geek's probably not a term in the actual fantasy universe.
Geek's always a term somewhere.
If you like, I can leap over a Davi wielding a sword, shouting "Kick the mage!" as I charge off into the
See, that could be art.
the field.
That could be art.
But that also reveals us to them. But cool.
Okay, I'll whisper it in Adavi's ear as I run past him, if you prefer.
But I'm a mage. That's a hurtful
You've got to say it
say.
in an alluring way. You've basically got to say it just at that level where it's more felt than heard.
Oh, I'm going to geek that mage.
Kick the mage?
Let me check the range for stuff.
Oh, goodness.
Battle whisper.
I'm deciding if I should magic missile or not because I can, and it seems like a good opportunity. I'm going to do it. I'm going to magic missile at the mage.
Okay. Go
Which
for
one?
it.
There's like
I don't know.
3.
Yeah, ping him for me.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. There's a. Which one's the? Was there a particular lead mage, or was it that there were just lots of
who's
them
this
using
guy
fire
down here?
stuff?
He looks bad.
This guy right here was the one that Nasan saw off to the side behind the embankment. These two over here, you haven't really seen act other than
Oh,
the
he was
fact
talking
that they're
about
kind
those archers. Wait, did he say left or right?
He was talking
I
about this
would
one
have
right here was the one that he
jested
saw.
in the direction that I came from.
Oh, in that case, ignore what I was just doing and I go the other way.
Oh, so no
Okay.
battle whispers? Oh, man. Poor
Well, I can
Davi.
still say it to a Davi just
Poor
before I run off.
Davi.
Okay, I feel left
Ear
out of the battle
massage.
whispers.
Exactly. No ear
I
massage
go-
for you, Davi.
I'll go to there. Is that 5 or am I allowed to do that?
Did you move across this stone right here? Sorry, I didn't see the path of the move.
Oh, is that terrain stuff?
Yeah, this is rough terrain right here, so it would get you half movement. Like
Ah.
you're clambering over rocks and whatnot.
I'm just going to go to the side then. I'm going to go over here. That's 3
Okay.
and then forward 2. And then can I magic missile the mage in the distance?
Sure, you can just see the tip of his hood going downhill over the top of one of the rock embankments, and you think you could arc it around because you do have line of sight.
All right. I get an attack roll of 19 and terrible damage rolls.
You actually technically don't even need the attack roll, you just hit. With a
Is it-
8 on
have
your
I set this
damage.
up wrong?
Yeah, you don't need an attack roll. You just cast 3 and they instantly hit, doing 1d4 plus 1.
This is such a good spell.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
magic
really low
missile
damage
is-
spell, but
At low, it doesn't scale well as the balance is. It doesn't scale
Yeah.
well at all. So at low levels, it's super awesome. But as you level up, I think every mage should have it. But some people disagree with me. Some people disagree. Like chromatic spray, I think is a really really good choice. Sleep is an amazing choice. Like, there's low level spells that are good. So 8 damage. You take your great sword, you stick it on your shoulder real fast. It's sticking your hand outwards. There's a concussion that's felt through the air as you go thoo thoo thoo. And you fire 3 bolts of light which rocket towards the enemy. Zooming in and up and over around the corner, you hear a and the head disappears down below the rock, but you can't see anything other than that.
Wait. The head disappears, but the body's still there.
Well, like the body ducks low, like with the hit, he shudders.
And the
from
head
hit.
goes
You
with
don't
it,
see him
not
now.
like separated.
I was hoping it was like a decapitation, like
Yeah.
the missile lodged inside the spine and just
standed his
detached
head
the
over
head,
the-
and then it
Yeah.
sort of shot off like a little firework. and
Or
exploded.
like the needle rifles from like Halo, where it sticks in and goes.
those things were
Cool,
so
too.
cool.
Yeah.
First Halo with those were so amazing.
You know, whenever I watch anything having to do with D&D where they actually have digital graphics, I'm always like really, really impressed by the way that they just mess with magic missile. Like sometimes it just looks like a photon torpedo or something when they fire it, and other times they get really, really creative with it. I don't know, magic missiles always look different in different games, and I'm always
I like them when
Stoked
they're
to
like
see the
just
different
fly off in random
renditions.
directions, but they always home in because that's how I imagine magic missile like because it ultimately hits.
yeah. I treat a high level magic missile to me as like a DBZ like key blast where they're like and they shoot like 10 of the little missiles that are just like blowing up nonstop. That's what it always looks like to me, where it arcs outwards and then comes back in.
I imagine
That's-
like two little like blue ice. Well, it looks like ice, but it's not ice. Like blue shards that fly around in an arc.
But do they explode?
No, they just sort of embed themselves in the enemy in my head, which would hurt like hell, I imagine. And then they disappear because they're magic.
Yeah. All right, so that's Mormon's turn. That brings us down to the Druid's turn. The Druids right now, they are waging a battle that is fairly even. And in order to speed this up, basically I'm just going to click and say what happens, and we're going to move it all forward. This Druid over here produces a bow and fires an arrow at this guy over here. And he critically
Oh.
fails, and so the bow snaps in his hands, whipping backwards, dealing 2 damage to him as the impact hits his wrist and just feels absolutely horrible. The shudder goes through. This guy down here is actually going to cast, let's see here, what do I have going on for Druid spells? He's going to cast Ice Knife at the enemy, I think.
Is anyone seeing these pings?
I saw the first ping. I didn't see the second, but I was looking at something else. So
I'm not seeing. Is it all the stuff off to the left?
It's this guy right here. So he's going
got it.
to
Okay, yeah,
begin doing an incantation. He's going to cast Ice Knife, and it's going to be at the big critter right here. That's going to be...
When the big critter moved when you clicked on him there.
Oh, yeah, it's because it auto-sticks him to the... I wasn't holding down Alt, so it auto-sticks him to the grid. Yeah, he manages to deal damage, and so that's going to do 1d10.
Oh, he's gonna hit his bear friend.
9 damage dealt to the large creature. A large shard of ice sticks into his shoulder, and he goes, as he steps backwards. But this is a big, big critter, so he's still up.
I'm sure
as
the
far
bear
as that's
understands.
concerned-
I mean, it is a necessity. A bare necessity.
Oh my god, EE.
It's so bad.
I don't have any inspiration to give out. I can just make the jokes now.
There's not really anybody within 5 feet of the impact point, because I'm going to say it was the front of the shoulder. This archer over here is going to fire an arrow at the big guy as well. It seems like most of their focus is going to go at the big guy. Yeah, that's going to do it too. And so that's going to be a 1d6 plus... so he did 5 damage to there as an arrow thuds into the creature's neck, although you noticed that the arrow looks really, really small compared to the size of that creature. This guy down here is going to do the exact same thing, Ice Knife. So this guy right here is going to Ice Knife him. And that's going to be a hit as well. And he's going to deal 6 damage to the big guy, which is going to reduce his health. I need a save over on one side for him. And he actually saves. And so the creature that is adjacent at the back with the whip does not get hit. And then the bear does not get hit as well. From there, the wolves are going to run in, and you see them attack on this side, attack on this side, and attack on this side. Although with your current visibility, you're not exactly sure what happened. It just seems like they're joining the battle lines. From there, it's going to bring in Dax. What do you want to do?
That has to be the worst thinking sound ever.
Well, the problem is I'm tired, and also I really wanted to help out because I'm a nice person, which is gonna get me killed. So
No good deed goes unpunished.
The problem is I really want to
I
take
mean,
the mages out
Oscar-
on the top, but at the same time,
Oscar-
I know I'm not in place for that.
Could Oscar possibly do a charge and actually run through like 3 things that are in a line? Does he have that ability?
His charge attack requires him to move 20 feet, and then he ends it with whatever he hits first, and they have to make a prone check to see if they get knocked down.
Okay. I technically could do it to one of the mages. It's really tempting. It would... Okay, I say over to, like, Adavi and Nosan.
If Moma's got that flank, do we want to get the other flank?
Can I look for a shake or nod of head? Like, am I able to do that in my turn?
That's fine. I'll allow everybody to react to it.
I could go for a B flank right about now, Dax.
Oscar, don't listen to him.
And I cover Oscar's ears.
Like, do we want to hit this flank or...
Okay, so I'm gonna... Getting the nod from Adavi, we're gonna hit both flanks. Splitting our forces, which is never a good idea when you've got an inferior numbered force. And I am going to... I can move 5 feet there, 5 feet there, 5 feet there, 15 feet, and then I've got 10 feet left. Now I have to make a charge attack against this dude. Can't hit the mage just yet. I cannot move Oscar.
Oh, sorry.
Oscar no longer loves you. Sorry.
No,
Yep.
he's left me behind.
He's gone
failed
full.
many rolls.
He's gone full zombie in the middle of a fight.
You
There
go
you go, you should have
charge,
it
and he
now.
doesn't move.
Yay!
He's like, charge! Everyone turns to him, and Oscar's like, no.
Got the rapier and everything.
Oscar charges straight into him.
Okay. And that's going to be... with a charge attack of 12. Yeah, that's enough to hit.
Yes.
I always forget. Attacker wins on defense, right? On a
Yeah,
tie?
yeah.
Okay, so attacker wins on defense. That is going to be... And let me make sure that I've got this correct. I've got my PDFs up right now. All right. I should probably just make buttons for these. 10 damage. As he slams into the back, he's got the benefit of... that actually should have been at advantage because this enemy has no idea that he's even there.
Can
He
you make it
slams
function
into
just
the
in case
back.
he crits?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it. Or I'll roll it. Never mind. He does not crit. But he slams... In fact, he got the same roll. He slams into the back of the archer, dealing massive damage. The archer has got to save right now to see if he's knocked prone or not. He is sent flying as he's hit for 6 damage, and he is knocked prone and also
Nice.
moved back 5 feet.
Oh,
so
is
he's
he
right
moved
there.
back by 5 feet, so he's not in base contact?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you've got more movement, you can move
I
up
do
to
actually have
close
10
it.
feet of movement, so I'm going to move closer then.
Okay, so he's knocked prone.
You just order Oscar to step on him. Just keep him pinned down.
Yeah, I get Oscar to move up, and then as I pass, I pull out my rapier, and I look over at the necromancer, or well, the bad mage, I assume a necromancer, who is a little bit further along, and which are the ones we've killed so far? Right, we killed Calvar. Who was the latest one? Who was the latest one we killed?
It was
Oh.
Ezra was the last one. you
Ezra.
took
Right.
out.
Calvar.
You wouldn't be Everbeth or Ziggurat or Halvar by any chance?
And I stab the one beside me as I like look at him, just in case he replies.
Sure, give me an attack roll, please. And that's going to be an advantage because he's prone right now. And
Oh yeah.
actually, you have disadvantage though, so it'll just be a straight roll.
No, I
so
don't.
it
I only have
evens out.
disadvantage on ability checks, not attacks. That's
Oh, okay. That's fine.
3 fatigue or 2 fatigue. That'd be a 24 with a silver
Nice.
consecrated rapier.
Very
And
nice.
I
Roll me
don't
some
press the
damage.
stud. I don't press the stud because I've got a stud on
Okay.
there that I press to do something. I don't know what.
It's a can opener, Dax.
It probably is 8.
Okay. So as he knocks him forward, you see him roll off to the side, and in the swiftness of one movement, you swipe downwards with your rapier as you go by him, and it just rips his arm off entirely, and he is slain. He is very, very dead.
Holy crap.
I'm tired. but I'm still slightly about. Okay, mostly it's Oscar, but you know.
I wonder if these Kizrathi think that Oscar is a druid.
They think I'm like a ranger with a pet.
A pet druid.
That brings us to, it's now going to be the Kizrathi's turn. This Kizrathi, so the ones with the whips, you notice that they stay as far behind the big guys as possible. And you actually think that might not be a whip that they're holding. It's actually a chain that's attached to the big guy. As you're watching, they circle around behind, and both of them lash at the big dudes, and the big dudes roar and rush forward, fighting with these bears right
I'm
here.
going to assume that I don't notice it since I have disadvantage and I rolled terribly so far on my perceptions.
Yeah, you're facing the other way, but everybody that's looking that way sees it. That's going to be a 10 and a 13. So the one on the right strikes at this bear right here. Actually, they get 2 attacks. Hold on. So it's a 12 and a 24. So the 13 and the 24 are this guy on the right. He's going to lash out. He's going to deal, we'll call that 2d8 once more. As the bear rushes up, he bats it backwards with what looks like almost a half a tree that he's wielding. As he does that, you see a large piece of flesh just slough off of the inside of his arm. He doesn't seem to notice as black goo drips downwards. This one over on this side is fighting with this bear right here. One of his strikes managed to land. And as he brings the club down on top of the bear, he deals 10 damage, and you can almost hear the cracking of bone as it comes down on top of its head. The rest of the guys over here. So this guy and this guy both launch a cascade of magic missiles at this druid over here, which impact with his chest, and you hear as he staggers backwards and his staff falls out of his hand. But he doesn't go down, but he's almost on one knee from just the repeated impacts. Just as that happens, these guys right here, the 2 archers, 2 arrows fly outwards, and only one of them impacts with his shoulder. He falls backwards, the other one whizzing over his shoulder. He's now knocked prone, and he's down. And as that happens, this archer moves up, and this archer moves up. This mage, now aware of you, casted that magic missile somewhat sideways and has backed up like so. This one is now aware of you.
Did I get any response to Aetherbear, Tourmaline, or anything?
No. It doesn't even seem like they understood you, to be honest. But then again, there's like a giant battle going on. This one backs up to here. This big guy is going to move to the side here. He's going to move to there. This guy moves and stabs the bear in the side of its neck. And you hear the bear as he's kicked out of his druid form. And now there's just this poor bastard standing in the middle of just the ass whooping of a century. He's very much surrounded. This bear right there, okay. He moves to this side. This guy moves forward and begins to busy himself fighting with one of the wolves, whereas this one comes along. A second wolf tries to jump at him to protect the first. They're fighting with pack tactics, but this one steps into the side, manages to bury a knife into the side of the wolf that is moving right now, that one. This guy steps over to here to engage them. These archers unleash a stream of arrows, one of which strikes this wolf right here and takes it out of the combat. So there it is. So we've got a dead wolf over here. And aside from that, that's going to bring us back around the horn to Adavi. What do you want to do?
Oh, this is a mess. I'm going to move my big self over to the left and get behind a little tree here. And I'm going to cast, using Twin Spell, I'm going to cast Hold Person on both of these giant brutes.
Okay.
Nice.
So they have to do a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw right now, or else they are paralyzed. And then at the end of each of their turns, they get to try to unparalyze themselves again.
Okay.
Pretty cool.
This could be good.
I assume like the brutes are probably terrible at wisdom, so this is a great idea.
Okay. So it was DC 14.
Correct.
The one on the right resists, but the one on the left freezes in place. He's stuck now. There it is. I'll give him a little icon so you know which one is stuck. Did you want to
Perfect.
move it? Oh, you already...
I'm hiding.
Okay. Nasan, you're up. What do you want to do?
Okay, well, I am seeing Mormon move around, continuing to try and conceal my presence. I move around and I position myself at this tree. And at that point, I would like to make a perception roll and see if there's anything else that I can glean about the attackers, the Kisrathi. Are they? Do they seem to be moving with individual purpose? Is there someone who seems to be leading them? That kind of stuff. I'm trying to see if I can pick out the important members out of the group.
Sure. If you wanted to spend your action on a perception, you can definitely glean that information if you'd like.
Well, we'll see what I roll first. 12. Nah.
The fight seems to center around the two large figures and the ones maintaining them. You think you see for a moment, as they're holding the chains on the big creatures, that they look around to see what the rest of the force is doing. And it seems like the Kisrathi try not to stray too far from the massive battering ram creatures that are forming the center of their vanguard.
Okay.
And that's going to take us to Mormon. What do you want to do?
Right, can I move to there?
Yes, absolutely.
No, you cannot
Right.
move.
I always forget like how the diagonals work, whether they're okay or not.
Yeah, the 5th
Right, I'm
edition,
gonna-
they're fine.
I'm gonna run right up behind this guy and attack him with the new sword, and I don't know the stats of the new sword.
Okay,
You
you're
gotta
going to
shout
be
something
attacking.
epic though.
Use a normal greatsword attack, but you're going to do it with advantage, please.
Okay.
Because you don't know what the sword is, I'm just adding the bonuses in my head and just not letting you know until you investigate further.
All right. I get a 24.
Not bad. That's
Sure.
a hit. Roll me some damage.
Are you sure a 24 is a hit? I don't know.
Yeah, they seem pretty
Can you
dodgy.
re-roll the 2?
Yes, I can. Also, there was a 6 in there. What is it? It's D6s, is it?
Oh yeah, can Mormon's character have the name tag turned on? People are saying it'd be a bit easy to see him.
Yeah, it's turned on.
Was it
on my
not?
Yeah, you need to turn on permissions for players though.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, I need to re-roll one of the D6s, and now it's a 5, so that means in total it's 14.
Okay.
Also, does
I'll-
the 6 mean it's a crit? Is that how that works?
No, crit means you
Forget.
roll a 20 on the D20.
Oh, okay.
You rush up
remember what it
behind
was.
the enemy, your new greatsword in hand, and because it's so light, you really get a good handle on this, and you whip it around as fast as possible, and it hits right at the thigh level. It cleaves off both of the creature's legs as it spins off to the side from the weight of your blow, and this thing, you just decimated it. It's annihilated, and
You
so
hear
it is
Dax
now
like singing
gone.
from really far away over at you.
I whip my sword back and forth. I whip my sword back and forth.
Now, the annoying thing is that, like, because it kills him, I get a second melee weapon attack, but there's no one in melee range.
Oh,
Because I
You
killed
can
them
wave
all.
your sword around just angrily like you're in a berserker rage. You're like, I attack the air!
Chop the
Something.
corpse
Pointed
off!
at the other
Chop
archer,
corpse
go,
off.
you're next.
You
Cut
can
off the rest of
absolutely
his
do that.
limbs.
He turns.
I love that. You're like, oh, this may have not been the wisest choice. Ah, you have a ranged weapon. I am at ranged.
So that's going to take us over to the Druid's turn. The Druids have taken a little bit of guff here. This gentleman right here, he sticks his hands out and forwards, closing the gap with the enemy to right here. And you think that because he's wounded, he's going to stop moving, but with the skill of a practiced warrior and arrows sticking out of his chest and burned away chunks of clothing, he rushes towards the enemy, and putting his hands forward, you see lightning explode forward at all of these enemies right here. And in fact, he's going to have to be closer. They all rock backwards, and this one on this side, you see him sizzle and pop, and lightning jumps off of his eye and off of his shoulder, and and he just falls over as though his heart has been stopped, and it leaves just a smoking mess on the ground. The rest of them are still standing. This guy right here, he hides himself inside the forest on this side. This archer moves over to here and fires an arrow at this archer over here, having turned and seen that one flank appears to be actually moving. The arrow misses, though. It flies over the shoulder. This guy right here steps forward and decides he's going to assist in this combat, actually. And so let me see if he can actually make that full move from where he was. He can. He casts a spell, you see, and all of a sudden there's a glowing shaft of light in his hand where his club used to be as it shimmers in the sunlight. He's not able to make an action with it, though. The wolves continue to fight along this side. This guy right here, let me get my tool back. Both of these wolves launch themselves onto this guy with advantage, and he's knocked prone, and they're on top of him. He's still alive and struggling and kicking back and forth. As that's happening, this guy right here sticks his blade into the melee, and you hear a yip of pain as this wolf takes some damage. This one circles around, and having seen this one shrink away, grabs it by its tail and brings his hammer down right on the center of its spine, and the wolf is just shattered as he falls to the ground. And that leaves us with another dead wolf right here. On this side, this archer has taken notice of Mormond, and so he's going to fire his bow at Mormond. But he critically fails. And so as he attempts to turn, your bellow that you're next. You see fear just wash over his face. And as he tries to draw the arrow, he can't get it centered. It's just clacking around on the bow. And so he just bypasses his turn, being afraid and backing up. This mage right here sees that happen and turns, and he unleashes magic missiles at you. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Is there any... Oh yeah, shield works for that. I'll cast shield.
Okay, so as the magic missiles rocket from his hands, you see it coming at just the last second, because you're focused on the archer, and out of the corner of your eye, you turn, and placing your sword in front of you, they impact, and just for a second, you see a shimmering blue, like quarter of a sphere appear in front as they slam into it, and explosions rocket outwards from the impact of the magic. You take no damage. That attack was completely and totally pointless. Why am I playing the Kizrathi right now? I skipped a turn.
Skip that.
Good lord. Well, they're just not going to have their turn when we get to the next part. Dax, it's on you.
Double check.
I got carried away.
See, I really want to hit the
You're
mage,
in that
but
storyteller mode, man.
I know.
now we've paralyzed people, so... Can I, like, shout a short thing as a simple action? A free action. So I'm gonna... Also, which of Oscar's like attacks does more damage generally? Like, it's the trample attack, isn't it? Or the goring... The one of them does 2d6. I can't remember which.
He has one that does 2d4. That's going to be
Maybe
the
that's
hoof
it.
attack because he has
Yeah.
2 hooves.
Okay, in which case, me and Oscar, seeing that the big dudes are like, one of them just stops swinging. Yeah! Straight in there, next to the big
Okay.
dude.
I'm imagining the troll from the Harry Potter movie where his club is lifted over his head, just levitating there,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Huh? What?"
And Oscar's going to charge in and do a hoof attack to begin with,
Okay.
which should have advantage because he's paralyzed.
Yeah. He rolled a 19 and a 14, and so the 19 is going to stand.
Wait, what? I'm seeing a 13 and 8 in Dice Log.
Yeah, but I added 6 to him.
Oh, okay,
It was-
sorry. I'm tired. I'm fatigued.
He's going to do 4, but the damage is double because I think everything against a stunned person is a crit.
Provided it's within
If,
5 feet, yes.
Okay, so that's going to be 2d4 plus 8. I'm sorry, 44 plus.
Yeah.
And so he deals 17 damage.
It's the 8 isn't double. It's just a dice. You roll double as many dice. Sorry.
He does 2d4 on that attack, so he should be 44 for a crit. And
Yeah.
then he has plus his damage. And so it was 2 attacks, so he should get a plus 8 total from the 2 different attacks getting their plus 4. Because I think the damage bonus is doubled.
No, damage
For your
bonus isn't
strength.
double. It's only you double the number of dice. You don't. You double all dice associated with the attack. You don't double the
Okay.
bonuses.
Yeah, last time that you got the double the bonus as well. All right, so never mind. We're not going to double the bonus. That's cool. We deal 13 damage. As you ride forward with Oscar, both hooves come down, but you can only really hit him in the calf because this thing is like 10 foot tall. But it does work. You see it slam into the back of his leg, but he doesn't react at all. He's just frozen in place.
I shout
13
over to the, like, obviously, like, the 2 druids who are only a few feet away. Hit him! Like, this! And I pull my rapier back, and I go to stab, and I press the button The button that does something.
Okay, so you're targeting the big guy right here?
Yeah.
All right, so make me a weapon attack.
22.
Wow.
Okay, roll me on that.
It's a
Dax,
crit,
your rolls are
so
on
I
point
need
today.
to roll an extra d8. So that's 8 plus... so that's 14.
Okay.
What does the button do?
You go large creature, and as you click the button, you feel it warm up in your hand, and just as you look, you start to see the glass flecks and tubing that are along the blades almost. They begin to glow red. The blade drags across the creature, and right as it makes impact, you see flame erupt all along and down the blade. It throws a wave of fire forwards, which is going to hit pretty much him, and that'll be about it. Roll me 2d6, please.
Sweet. Okay. I mean, I'm hitting a druid, which, you know, not so sweet. But that's cool. Oh, 9. It looked on my screen like it rolled 12.
So as you do this, the flames arc outwards, and because the creature is so big, it blocks it as the druid dodges backwards, covering his face, not really knowing what's happening along to the side of him, but when you see a flash of light and a wall of fire coming at you, you tend to throw your hands up and just try to get the hell out of the way. He is unaffected, whereas these two right here take 9 damage. Very nice.
Which two?
This big
two.
guy? This guy right here.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Gotcha.
So that's what it does.
And then I lean backwards, and since I've got a mage like right behind me as well, just by happenstance, I go,
Do you know the path? Come on, somebody's got to know.
That's going to bring us back around to the kid. I actually didn't take all the druid turns either. This druid that just dodged out of the way is going to go ahead and strike out with his staff, and he's going to have advantage on that. Okay, and so the 16 is going to be a hit. It's going to be a crit, so he's going to roll 2d8 plus 2. He's going to deal 7 damage as he takes it and whacks it into the shin of the large creature, and you can see small flecks of blood appear where a bit of flesh has been dented inwards. It's still up, though. This thing is just taking a punishing. You get the feeling that their strategy was basically just to get the hell behind these things and hope that it works. From there, the ones that had backed up into the tree line, so like that one right there, you get the feeling that as the druids rushed into this little outcropping of trees, they did it on purpose. And the limbs rocket downwards, and you see this one right here just get crushed by the weight of one of the blows as the tree swings sideways, its limb whipping outwards and just completely and totally removing his head entirely because he didn't expect it to be coming. It's just gone. And then from the backside, you see an eagle.
the eagles are coming! I shout.
The eagles are coming!
You see a large eagle land on the ground on this side, coming from the sky, and from there, 2 or 3 more wolves burst from the forest. That's going to take us to the Kizrathi's turn. This Kizrathi, having seen that happen, moves to engage with this wolf right here, and with one fell swoop, you hear a "Yarr!" and he just eliminates that one entirely. He drops it the moment it bursts from the underbrush.
That one already acted.
Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, he killed this dog.
Oh shit, I'm making a mess now.
Right.
It's all good.
Yep.
As far as the Kizrathi, I think the only ones that haven't acted are the 2 guys with the chains, the big guy who's not stunned, and this guy with the sword.
Has the big guy that's stunned tried to roll its will yet?
No, not yet.
Yeah, he's going to have to roll that in just a moment. So, the guy that was knocked out of bear form, so the big guy that's still up, he swings his club one more time, and this time it manages to knock this bear right here out of his druid form as well. And so you've got 2 rather stunned-looking druids sitting here. This guy right here is going to attack with his short sword. He sticks it into the side of the druid, but it seems like it bounces off just slightly, but you do see blood drawn. This guy with the sword moves in behind Dax over here and makes an attack against Oscar.
Oscar. Whoa!
Oh,
Big hit against Oscar, and so that's going to give us
that's a natural 20.
Yep, natty 20. A natty 20. We're going to call that a 6. So 6 damage is dealt to Oscar as you charge forward, and he begins hoofing at the bottom of the ogre's leg. The swordsman runs up and just drags the blade along the side and across the ribs, but it bounces a little bit off some of the breastplates that you fastened onto the side, so it's not that bad. This guy is going to move to engage as well, and he's going to try and swipe you off the back of Oscar.
He would have advantage now, probably, wouldn't he? Because I'm surrounded.
You're pretty surrounded, yeah. It's a problem. But neither of those is actually going to land a hit. As Oscar reels backwards from the blow on the side, it actually acts as kind of a passive evasion for you. You hear a whoosh as a sword goes by your shoulder as you lurch to the side trying to stay on top of Oscar. Other than that...
Can't touch this. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, nah. Nah, nah. Can't touch this.
I think that's just about everybody. Yeah. I think that's everybody.
The stunned big dude needs to try to save himself.
Yes, he needs to...
God damn it!
And he quickly breaks out. He manages to regain his senses, and with a massive roar, he brings his club back around and starts searching for cards.
Doesn't he get out on the end of his turn, though?
It's the end of his turn, yeah.
The end of his turn. So he's not going to do shit for right now. That's going to bring us back around to Adavi. What do you want to do, buddy?
I'm gonna do it again. I gotta get these big guys stunned.
I knew that was gonna
Fuck
happen. That's so
everyone up.
good. He got out of it. He's like, nope. Gonna try to put you under again.
All right, bring those DC 14s down on the big dudes.
We've got
Yes!
a 10 and a 4. They are
Ah.
both stunned as they get locked in place.
I have this moment
Worth
as he
it.
turns around with the club to go squish me, and I'm like, shit, and then he freezes again, and I'm like,
Thank you, Daffy.
I'm gonna shout, focus on the small guys. I think the big ones are busy.
All right, Nasan, what do you want to do?
Okay, well, just to clear with you, if I move down to this tile and then move across there, am I moving across difficult terrain?
No, the diagonal movement's fine.
Right, well, I'm moving down there, just rushing in, and I'm going to focus on the mage as I get there. So as I'm closing in, I start spinning the staff rather than the spear with Nasan's typical lair, which is actually functional because he's building momentum, and then when he gets in, he tries to swoop it down and then stab into the center of mass.
Okay. What was it? I'm sorry.
He's stabbing at the mage.
Okay. Your roll hasn't come up on my screen for some reason.
Yeah, I haven't rolled it yet. I was going to ask, would this be advantage because he was stealth before he did it? Oh, it wouldn't be advantage, no, but it would be... Oh, what would it?
You haven't actually done anything, right? You've just been
Yeah.
stealth the whole time? Yeah, so you'll have advantage.
That's pretty awesome.
17.
17's a hit. Roll me some damage.
Okay.
And who is this going towards?
That's the mage. So that's 13
Okay.
piercing plus a sneak attack as well.
So 19 altogether.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, drop that hammer for me. That's a kill.
Okay, well, with that, he literally just lances the mage straight in the stomach, just pushes it in a little bit, and then yanks it out. And as he's doing it, the archer that's right behind him, he just pulls it all the way back out and uses his elbow and tries to smack the archer in the back.
Okay, give me that roll.
That was a 9, actually.
Fortunately, that's not going to be a hit. And as you try to do that, he lurches his head to the side, and your elbow just goes past the side of his head. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
No, that is fine for me.
Cool. And with that, we're going to take ourselves a little bit of a break. We are well past where our break is supposed to be. And so I think everybody needs a bio and to get a new drink and everything else like that. Before we go, we wanted to say thank you for joining us for another episode of Roll4It D&D, where the battle is kicking off. It's hard to say which way this is going to sway right now. The party hasn't been attacked a whole lot. The druids have been taking the majority of the damage, but now the bad guys know the party's there. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the next little bit. Be sure to check out the Patreon before we come back, but we'll give you a good 5-8 minutes in there until we see you on the other side. All right, everybody?
Bye.
Everybody, it's time to get this thing started. We are engaged in a big-ass battle that seems to be turning on the Kizrathi a little bit, but this is only like the tip of the spear. The party doesn't know what's happening other places. You're only on one side of the Croftwood right now, and so it seems to be going okay over here. That brings us back into our combat with Mormond Stoneweaver getting ready to do some ish. What do you want to do?
So does Nosson look like he's got the situation over there with the mage and the archer covered, or does he look like
come
he
on,
can
come
do
on.
that?
That is as well.
That is not fair. You're the one who said, you're next. What do you mean, does he have it covered? That's
Yeah,
your
but if he's about to
responsibility.
get stabbed through the back of the head with a spear, then, you know, it's fine.
He fucked up the mage pretty good, so the mage is gone. The archer's still there, having dodged the elbow from hell, and so, you know, he killed a guy. You watched him just murder a guy, so he's doing okay.
Does he look like he's enjoying himself? Is everything fine for him?
I look like I'm in the middle of killing people, and there's strange shadows cast across my face because of the flames. And
Yeah,
all
he's
I'm
enjoying
hearing
himself.
from
I'm
you
gonna go kill somebody
is-
else.
I'm gonna go somewhere else because I don't have. Yeah, I don't
the
back
big
up my
dude.
promises.
Well, I'm
Disgusting
thinking
woman.
the dude
Disgusting.
that makes the big dude kill people. So I'm gonna go here.
Moment Oathbreaker. That's what they're gonna call you.
I give Nosson a nod. Yeah, you got this. And
There are
then run off.
generations of your ancestors rolling around in their graves right now.
It's okay. I've done enough. They've become numb to it at this point.
Oh, that's fantastic.
There's so many times you can roll. Okay, so I'm gonna run up to this guy and stab him with the sword.
Okay, go for it.
Is it just gonna be advantage whenever I roll this?
You're gonna have a normal attack because he is aware of you, because you were fighting up there.
Okay,
and
so that
everything
was
came out of
that was
stealth.
just for the first one.
Yeah, it's just game rules coming through.
All right.
I think Splat said that there was a bonus, but he was going to calculate it in his head so that you didn't know.
Well, that was for
I
the
don't-
weapons.
I don't need a
You guys haven't
bonus,
identified
24.
yet. Very nice.
You
roll
should
me
be
some
using that
damage.
great weapon master thing.
Well, I keep thinking, oh, but then I'll miss, and what's the point? But then I keep rolling amazingly, so. And the damage is 9.
Okay,
The lowest
so
it
you
can
run
be
up
without
on.
me getting any rerolls.
As he raises the whip to strike, you come up and you just bury the sword in his shoulder, jerking it backwards. He needs to make a save.
Ooh.
Nothing happens, though. I mean, aside from the fact that you just opened a giant crevasse in his shoulder with a greatsword. As you drag the blade back out, he turns and goes, ah! Is that the end of your turn, or do you have any bonus actions?
I could do something.
Do it.
There's another guy right next. I'll action surge and stab him again. I want to kill him.
Go for it.
I need to use it at some point, and I'm just gonna get it done with.
So in a
thing.
calculated rage, you draw back from the
and I
first
Great
strike
Weapon
and try to
Master
get him
this.
with the second.
Oh crap!
Did you Great Weapon Master that or no?
I did. I called it before looking at the result.
Okay. So you try to stab
so
forward.
it's a 10.
As he's aware of you now, though, gripping onto his shoulder, you try to run him through the stomach, and he just steps to the side, and you get the feeling that retaliation is coming. He draws his arm back. That's going to take us to the Druids. On this turn, the eagle begins to crackle with lightning as it lands on the ground. Oh, wrong guy. That's a dead guy. Dead guy does not land on the ground. You recognize the figure of Lysander as he comes out of his form, wreathed in lightning, which is now vibrating all around his body, and he casts into the middle of the enemy a huge flash of lightning, which strikes the largest on the right here. It's going to deal a pretty good amount of damage. So yeah. Yeah.
Jump at all or anything like that?
You'll find out. Good lord.
What?
Ah!
That's many dice.
That's 20d8.
10d8 doubles because he's stunned.
Wait, no, he's not melee attacking.
Oh, it only counts for melees?
It's only an auto crit if
So
you are
we'll
within
redo
5
that,
feet using a melee attack. Just
we'll do
take the
that
first
again.
5 or yeah.
Still no slouch.
That
You
was a
actually
really
rolled
nice.
better with that roll, so it counted.
Those are on the
back into
MP3.
half
He
dice
initially
away.
rolled a 42, which halved, of course, is an 82, which halved, of course, is 41. Second time around, rolling half the number of die, he rolled a 55, an increase of 14.
Yeah. And so he's got to make a dexterity throw that he can't even make, I don't think, because he's
He
stunned. I'm
also
going to rule
fails
it
any
as no.
saving throws.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think he can make it. And then it jumps to 3 other targets who are within 30 feet.
Okay.
So that's going to jump to this guy right here, this guy right here, and this gentleman right here. He's just going to keep it in a line.
Wouldn't it go in a straight line though if it jumped to
You can choose
one
which
side?
3
Wouldn't it
targets,
have...
I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
right,
picks.
okay.
He picks the targets. So they're
Wow.
going to roll their saves. Nobody makes the saves, so they all take 55 damage. As this lightning bolt streaks forwards, it slams into the creature's chest, and you see it burn away the entire chunk of the torso underneath the arm. All you can hear is Lysander shout, "This is the most emotional you've ever seen Lysander." Normally he's fairly well collected. He's used to leading. He appears to be just in a rage right now. The big creature's still standing, even though black goo is just squirting out of the massive hole that's been left in the side. This guy right here, instantly incinerated, just gone. There's not even dust left. And the same for... I think that was... Oh, this guy takes the 55. Yes. He actually, as the lightning jumps to the big guy along the right-hand side, or the left-hand side, depending on your facing, it strikes into his face, and you see a large chunk of his skin on his face just burn off, and you hear the popping of his eyeballs as his brain just explodes everywhere. And this large creature right here, dead. And so, yeah, not a bad hit at all from Lysander. It also incinerates the handler. The handler is gone.
I like to imagine
What a
it
turn.
goes up the chain to the handler, and he's like, ah! And just goes straight up the chain into his arm.
That probably would have been a pretty efficient way to describe it. That probably would have worked out pretty well. So this big guy is dead. I'm going to give you guys a dead body over here. And with that, the rest of the druids surge forward. And having seized the initiative here, they begin striking down opponents on the left and the right. You can use this time to make me a final attack roll if you'd like to. But, I mean, with that massive discharge of energy, there's not a whole lot of enemies left willing to stand their ground.
Can I choose to do, like, run over to any of the druids who've been downed and check if any of them are bleeding out so I can use a heal on them instead?
You can if you'd like to, yeah.
Okay. So do I just need to check who's bleeding out with medicine check?
Actually, the only druid that's really, really, really wounded is this one right here. So you quickly rush over to him as the Kizrathi start to disappear into the forest and run away. He's pretty badly hurt. You can throw a heal on him if you want, as he kind of sags to the ground.
I mean, ones who've been downed but are bleeding out as opposed to just dead. I don't know if they're any of the druids would do that. I don't know how high a level they are.
Yeah, the ones over here are actually dead. These are just wolves. These aren't actually druids. They're like companion animals, basically. The ones that were in bear form were actively druids. The rest were just creatures that they had summoned. And so the two wolves over here are absolutely dead. This guy's pretty badly hurt. But given the way the druid mechanic works, the two that were knocked out of bear form are actually perfectly fine. There wasn't a whole lot of bleed over damage. They've got like a bump and a bruise, but they're good.
In which case, I'm going to run down one of the necromancers, shouting, "Seriously!" Wait, I know what I can do. I'm gonna pull in front of one of the necromancers and try and cut him off. Basically, like, try and isolate him from the group. And then I'm gonna cast Suggestion on him.
Okay.
He needs to make a DC 14 Wisdom check. Actually, it's not a DC 14 Wisdom. It's a DC 14 Wisdom check. Sorry. Yeah.
He doesn't understand your language, so it's not going to count, unfortunately.
Damn. Okay. In which case, I kill him.
Okay. So with that not working, you just strike forward with your rapier, and it catches him through the throat, and he gurgles as he falls to the ground. Oscar underneath you stomps the ground, and you can tell that he's pretty hyped right now. Mormon, you spend your time chasing down fleeing combatants, but as they get thicker into the forest, you manage to clear out 2 or 3 of them, but, I mean, give me a perception check.
All right.
Ooh, very nice.
20 for a total of 21.
You can see that there are several fights going on. Looking way off that way as you finish off the last Kizrathi, you can see, I mean, there's even more of them off probably 300, 400 meters that way. You can smell the din of combat. You're not exactly, you know that you've won here, but you get the feeling that there is a greater war going on at the moment.
I shout back to the others, "There's more over there!" Pointing in the direction of the nearest fight.
As you do that, you see a bunch of Kizrathi off and down the line. They appear to be building something.
I shout back, they're building something? We should go.
What
was that shocking grasp, Davi?
I'm attacking the chain holder guy.
Okay. He was actually incinerated by the chain lightning, so it would be this one over here.
Oh, he was dead?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. And he's got metal on, so whatever. It's fine.
Yep. You cast that, and it is 4 damage. As you just kind of add, after the huge display of lightning you just saw, you can't help but feel like your lightning is a little bit underwhelming. He was like, zap! And you were like, bzz, and you're just like, I got him though, yeah.
It's a joy buzzer.
Yeah. So Mormon has seen them building something off into the side. The rest of you have finished off chasing down Kizrathi. What do you want to do?
I don't take much convincing. As Mormon calls out that they're building something off to the side, I move to join him and reaching him and say, should we try to stop them? Whatever they're doing, it's probably something that we don't want them to finish.
As you say that, I ride up on Oscar, and I'm going to try and pull Mormon up beside me.
All right, then.
Lysander walks up, and you can see him already beginning to shift back into an eagle. I'm glad I could be of assistance, but this is just the western front. They're hitting the north and the east right now. I'm going to go assist out there. And
where should we go, Lysander?
He gives you a brief look, and you can tell that he's overwhelmed right now. This kind of combat is not something the Croftwood is used to. It's a peaceful place.
Lysander, your people, need you right now. Come on, just focus. Little tasks. What do you want us to do? How can we help? What's going on?
Your companion mentioned they're building something over there. I haven't seen that behavior anywhere else along any of the lines. I've been flying overhead and helping where I see the line failing. I haven't seen any construction, though. I can only assume that that must be in some way important. I'm going to go help out in the north and make sure that they don't fold there. This is a small victory in a greater fight, and if we get stalled here, they may win elsewhere and make it into the interior of the city where the children are hiding.
Okay, when you get a chance, pop back, see how we're doing, because this looks important, okay? Good luck, you got
I'll
this.
do my best.
He
I'll
seems
see
a
you on the
little
other
bit.
side.
He seems a little bit, you know, like
Well, he's
a little
just
bit
overwhelmed. He's not
Yeah.
like scared, but
His
he's
home
like
is
there's a
being
lot of
destroyed.
shit going on. Yeah, and it's for
Well-
a group of people who aren't warriors. Really, this isn't what they do.
Lead the way,
All the
Mormon.
subjects are being murdered. Yeah, well, am I successfully pulled up onto Oscar?
I mean,
Does
do you
that
want
work?
to? Like, this is happening over the course of a while, so.
I'll let you try, yeah. Or
Are you
can
gonna
I
let me
just
try?
go
Are you gonna
myself?
help or?
Whatever. I'll just go with it.
Okay.
All right.
I guess that works
Uh,
fine. So we charge into battle on Oscar.
Okay. I don't have a map ready for this one, so this is going to be all in your imagination.
Okay,
As you
switch
charge
into
into battle,
Imagination.
in front of you, you can see a black metal edifice that's being constructed hastily, and you can hear the clanking of metal. Around it, it's surrounded by several Kizrathi. We'll call them 5 or 6 as of right now. They hear the sound of a charge coming from behind them, and thinking that that side was protected, several of them turn, but a number of them do not, and they just keep working on whatever this thing is. You can see several of them off to the side. Give me a perception check from everybody charging in right now.
14.
3.
15.
Okay.
Now.
Is Mormon's 3 because he's like a little bit like ride sick? You know,
Well, he's behind you, you know.
I mean, I'm
He's
short
behind
though.
you, maybe
I'm
he's like, yeah,
I'm like 3/3.
but like, he's a dwarf that uses a sword, so maybe he's even shorter than a normal dwarf. Maybe the gods punished him by making him short.
I just like the idea that Mormon occasionally got ride sick, like people get car sick or boat sick.
On the
Maybe that's why
right-hand
he shaves
side,
his
For like
beard.
the minute that we're riding.
on the right-hand side, you see it's going to be a Davi, Dax, and Nassan, but not Mormon. The three of you see several Kizrathi carrying what looks like a large marble orb or some kind of stone thing, and they're moving it towards a large slot at the front of the edifice. It appears to be of like a gray-black stone.
What range are we at?
You're a good 70 feet out or so.
What is the range on my crossbow? I don't have it written down.
Is it a light crossbow?
Yeah, light crossbow.
For a light crossbow, you have 8320. So 80 and then up to 320 with
Okay.
disadvantage.
Cool. Pull out the crossbow, and as we're riding, I take a shot.
Sure. Roll me an attack roll. Is that one of the ones that you picked up off of Ezra, or is it just a normal one?
Oh no, this is a normal light crossbow. Those would be hand crossbows, wouldn't they? Which are like really short range.
If we're ranged for
How
that,
many-
I'll firebolt as we approach too.
Attack rolls.
10.
Fortunately, your crossbow bolt whizzes over their shoulder, and the ones that are carrying it, you see them like, "Ugh!" and they start hurrying to try and get it into place.
All right, we got to get him.
Got for me, Mormon.
Oh, a terrible roll.
Mormond, that is a hit. Davi, that is not a hit. Mormond, you sling fire over your shoulder, and with 9 damage, it impacts one of the ones carrying the stone ball, and with a screech, he falls to the side with his shoulder and side of his face burning off. Another one, though, rushes in to try and grab it. One of the ones that was facing you and looking like he was going to take the defense of the rest of them. They move it a little bit closer, and they get it into the slot right now. And another one starts to move over with a hammer. What do you want to do, all of you? You are now within
Charge at him if I
about
can.
25
Yeah.
feet.
How far away?
The ones that are on top of the cow will be about 35 feet away, unless you wanted him to dash, and then you can close right now. But he won't get his attack.
I would definitely dash last turn then. Get into contact with the guy with the hammer.
Okay. So you dash
Bam.
up. That's going to give both Ormond and Dax an attack. Nassan and Adavi, what do you want to do? You're going to be about 20 feet away if you dash.
I'm gonna keep slinging spells at these bastards.
Go for it.
I'm gonna great sword the guy with the hammer.
Doesn't Nosson have like 40-foot movement? So if he dashes, wouldn't he be like straight with?
Yes, he's caught up. Yeah, I forgot he had 40 foot. He does indeed. So Nosson, you pull ahead. Adavi, unfortunately, you lash out with energy, but you're trying to run and cast at the same time, and so it's slightly off center and it misses. Dax, roll me some damage.
Sweet. 6.
As the one with the hammer tries to run up and begin moving and fastening the thing to the slot with a big iron ring he's holding in his hand, you come along and you whip across the small of his back with the sword. He goes, ah! But he's still up and he doesn't turn. And with his movement, he goes, tang, tang, and slams
my attack too.
Yeah, go for it, Mormon.
Does mine.
I duck down so that he can swing the big sword.
Oh, 10.
Ooh. With a whoosh, though, Dax is just slightly in the way, and as you bring it down, unfortunately, you can't quite get the hit off.
Sorry!
So ding, ding, 2 rivets are in. It looks like, from what you see, there's 5 rivets that need to go in, and 2 are now in, 3 remaining. The 2 that are trying to defend that were still left, they rush you and Oscar and Mormond. Their attack is going to go to Oscar and Mormond, so that's going to be, let's see here. We'll call it 2d20, and we're going to add 4 to each of these. So that's a 2 20s. 2 20s. So Oscar takes damage and Mormon takes damage. It's going to be a 1d6 plus 2 to Mormon. Mormon, you take 6 damage as the sword comes down. One of the defenders rushes up and sticks the blade just slightly in under your ribs, and it manages to make it through your armor. For Oscar, it's going to be 5 damage as they whip a blade across the front of one of his thighs, the front left, and you hear him go in pain. Nosson, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'll join in the melee and just make a straight up attack on
If you do that, you'll have dashed, so you won't be able to attack. That's why Oscar couldn't attack.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll just dash to try and close the distance with the melee.
Okay,
that's it.
Sounds good. The 2 rivets are in. He's still standing. It's the next turn. What do you guys want to do?
I'm going to try to shocking grasp the guy who's hammering in the rivets. Hopefully that gives me advantage on the attack roll, right?
Does he have metal armor?
He does.
All right, 4 damage.
17 attack.
As you rush forward, he raises the hammer to put in the 3rd rivet, and you extend your hands, and a small grid of lightning flies outwards, and you go, ah! And he's stuck in place briefly, holding the hammer. What did everybody else want to do?
Am I in combat range of the guy with the hammer?
You are.
I get down from the cow, and I move to the other side of him.
Okay. You've now got him flanked.
I stab him.
Okay.
Make it crit weapon master. You do have advantage.
Do I?
I'm
oh,
flanking
yeah,
him.
okay. Yeah, great weapon master.
Very nice. That's a hit. Roll me some damage. And that's going to have
11.
plus to it, right?
Plus 10.
So
21.
20 damage. Drop that hammer for me, because I got a feeling this guy...
Right, I'm going to leap off Oscar with putting my full weight behind the sword and just run it down through his chest.
So it
And
sticks
slam him into the ground at the same time.
your body weight. You just drag downwards like Kratos style as he's just like split in half, and you land on the ground. You hear the clang of the hammer as it hits the earth, and the handful of rivets that he had fall ineffectually to the ground.
Can I grab the hammer?
Yeah, you can. It's made out of that black iron, though.
Am I able in a quick motion to get it so I like grab it through a sleeve or anything?
I got this. Don't worry.
Okay.
Awesome.
I reach for it and then he says I got this and I stop.
Are there any more enemies standing at the moment?
There are 4.
Okay, and any that could you? The hammer is down. Okay, well I'll just move in and attack the next nearest one because I'm having a little bit of trouble picturing where everything is in the theater of the mind at the moment.
What I would do right now is that there's Oscar is the center point.
Okay.
And you've got Mormond that are slightly out of it like a T shape, and the center of the top of the T would have been the guy with the hammer.
Yeah.
And there's 2 guys on Dax's side now, one adjacent to Oscar and kind of below Dax, and one on Dax's left.
Yeah.
And then there's two slightly up that way next to the backside of whatever the armature is that they're building.
You came with the Ox and me and Mormon, so you'd be next to the two that are trying to stop us from getting the hammer.
Yeah, either way, you'd be able to move there on this turn anyway.
Yeah, I'll move in on the opposite side of Dax from the Kizrathi that is beside Oscar, from what I understand. So I'm flanking. I'll just attack there if that's all right.
Okay, go for it.
And I'd be attacking with advantage because I'm flanking him.
Sure. That's going to be a 16. That's going to be a hit. Roll me some damage.
Thank goodness.
That's going to be 14. Okay.
And it'll be sneak attack because there's an ally within 5 feet of it.
There you go. Drop that hammer for me. You got that dude dead as hell.
Okay. Well, coming up behind him, I go to just stab straight through him, but then it occurs to me that Dax is actually on the other side, so I aim high, and I just stab up underneath, right at the nape of the neck, and just straight up through his mouth, and then just pull it back down.
Dax has run off.
As he comes to the ground, you see the two that are on the opposite side of the armature. They look at one another, and the one on the left, a sinister look crosses his face, and as quick as a flash, he slashes the other one across the throat with a knife and shoves him into the side of the armature with his blood splashing across the orb, and you hear
I haven't acted yet, so I'm gonna use Sacred Flame on the hammer because it's black iron, and I do radiant damage, so hopefully it'll destroy it.
What are they activating without getting all the rivets in? That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, they're gonna blow the place up.
Does it look like the orb can be removed, or is it too secure?
If you've got a way to pull out rivets, you might be able to give it a shot, but that sound is ramping up very, very quickly.
Yeah, no. Does the hammer break?
The hammer explodes as the radiant light hits it. Mormon, make me a reflex save or a dexterity save, please, because you're next to the hammer.
All right.
Nice.
19.
The hammer explodes, and you hear, and like the sound of shredded metal flying through the air at faster than visual speeds. Like you can't even see it moving. Mormon, you hear this out of the side of your ear, and you duck down sideways just fast enough as a piece of hammer goes ding off your helmet and skips off to the side, but you take no damage. You're fine.
Guys, that orb's
last action. What do you want to do?
I wanted to use the rest of my remaining stuff in that turn very quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
Guys,
the two Kizrathi take off running. They're not even fighting anymore.
Yeah.
They're just ah!
Guys, that orb thing's maybe gonna. I think it's gonna explode or something. It's speeding up.
And with my remaining move, I get on Oscar, and I've used my attack. I've got a bonus left. I can't do anything with a bonus, so I'm going to disengage from the one nearby because I can do that with my bonus action. And then I'm gonna wait next to Mormond and Nosson, not next to the one who's still around. Or did he run off as well?
Oh, they're bailing.
Okay, and cool. In which case, I'm right next to Mormond and Nosson, and I put one hand down to each of them to try and help them up, and we're pissing off. Like, Oscar's holding his dash to as soon as they're up, we're gonna...
Everybody make me a dexterity check that's going to try and load onto Oscar, please.
I
call it acrobatics if you'd like.
Can I assist
or you
one
can
of
call
them?
it athletics. No, it's going to be a straight roll. Athletics or acrobatics, whatever you feel is applicable to get onto Oscar. Now, son, what did you want to do?
I would swat away any attempt that Dax offers to try and help Nosson up, and instead I'd shout out, "Focus on Mormond," and then I just bolt.
Okay, I grab Mormond and help try and...
I get 11.
Okay, so with an 11, your hand slips. Adavi, what are you doing?
I'm getting the hell out of here.
So you just take off running.
Yeah, if the Kizrathi are running from their own machine, it's making wub-wubs. We don't need this dubstep box in here. Let's get out of here.
I guess
Mormon
I start running
slips.
too.
Oh, it's too late, though. As you try to get up on, you look like you want to say something,
Well,
Dax.
if he falls to the ground, and is it like reaching a crescendo? Is it like effectively it's the end of the turn, like it's gonna...
Yeah, it's
Okay, in which case,
pretty loud.
I jump off Oscar, and I hit him on the arse as I go past going, "Run!" I place myself over Mormond, and put the shield in front of me, and I'm gonna try and block as much of him as I can from the marvel.
I get ready to cast shield over the top of his shield.
Okay. The armature begins to vibrate violently as though it wasn't affixed to the ground properly, and it's aimed in the direction of the Croftwood. There are several pipes sticking out of the top of it. What was that?
Do I have an action left, or is that all finished?
That was you trying to climb onto Oscar, unfortunately.
Okay, because I was wondering if I could maybe firebolt the thing and move it, but
I don't think it would be enough. This thing is pretty large. It's about 9 feet tall. It's a square, so it's probably 8 to 9 feet on each side of it. It's a pretty large fixture, basically, that they've been building for a little bit, made out of that black iron, so it's pretty heavy. I don't think that would affect it too much.
So wait, is this basically like a trebuchet?
It looks more like a really crudely fashioned scaffolding in the shape of like an obelisk.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to cast shield if it explodes at us.
Sure. From the top, you note that there's a pipe affixed there. A beam of green light, probably about as thick as somebody's head, rockets towards the Croftwood, but it's slightly off center because it tips on its side, and it fires up into the tree line, impacting and hitting the ancient tree at the center that Lysander had met with you first in. It explodes, knocking a chunk out of the tree and setting that part of the Croftwood instantly on fire, but the flames are green. And with that, it topples over to the side, and the orb itself begins to glow red and melt slightly before exploding outwards. With your shield up, you cast shield as well. Okay, we'll see what we can do here. I'm going to actually use the fact that Dax is covering you and the fact that you reacted by casting shield to lower the DC of what's about to happen. So what I need you to do is make me a reflex save, please, both of you.
I am down if this does not work. 18.
Oh dear. 7.
Dax, you brace yourself, and knowing what's coming, you lean forward into it with your entire body behind the buckler. The explosion rocks your arm backwards, and you can hear a crack as your arm just... You're not sure what's broken or what just tore, but it did. As you roll backwards over Mormond, who's behind you, you take half damage as you grip to the earth and slide backwards. Mormond, unfortunately, with him rocketing backwards, it leaves you open to the full force of the blast. Even with your shield spell trying to put it up, it's not quite enough. That was a real bad roll. And you're hit for 29 damage as you're launched backwards almost 25 feet.
I'm down. That puts me -6.
I immediately run over to Mormond, and seeing he's down, I look at the ring.
Roll me a d20, Mormond.
Oh crap, we forgot about this.
13.
Okay. So with a 13...
See, I thought this is what happened to Frog. I thought that he didn't have the ring anymore because when he did his 2 rolls for this, his finger just came off.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
What did you want to do, Dex, while I'm looking this up?
I will run immediately over to him, and looking at the ring, I'll be like... Internally, I'm having the debate about... I really like the sensation of, like, homeliness. Weirdly. Like, I wouldn't know the word, but that's what people describe it as. But... I channel it into Mormond. And it's Cure Wounds, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
Mormond, the blast leaves your face horribly scarred. It actually caught your beard on fire.
Does he not have a beard?
Oh, no.
Now you are beardless.
It's burned away the side of your face, so now you basically look like Khan. You're going to have you're a little disfigured for right now.
Wait, our channel art has been invalidated already. We had the channel art for this show for like 3 hours. Less than 3 hours before we screwed it up, guys.
That'll look
Okay,
good.
just tell him to go over my face with...
Please
From now on,
And paper.
you have disadvantage on persuasion checks. But for the rest of time, you have advantage on intimidation checks.
Oh my god,
because
if
you
that
look
happens to me.
really fucking scary right now.
I'll
Does it look
take that.
like
That's not too bad.
This can be healed by a heal or regenerate spell, but those are very, very high level. And so that would be a quest unto itself to try and fix that. But just bear that in mind. If you like your new scar, it's your new scar, and you can wear it with pride. But you're not good at persuading really anymore, but you're real, real good at scare motherfuckers.
Does he look like the Hound or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I figure he's got like a Harvey Dent Two-Face thing going on. His eyeballs just barely suspended on one side. It's just like hanging there. No, I just
That's
figure you
quite
look
bad.
like Han now. You're going to have like pock marks basically along one side of your face, and your beard's going to grow kind of patchy.
Is the ring a level 1 cure wounds?
It is.
Okay. You're up with 7 health.
So you
puts
pop
him at
back
1.
awake. For just a moment, Mormon, everything flashes in your eyes, and then it's just black. And it feels like you're trying to move your limbs through jelly, but you just can't get them to move. And then all of a sudden, it feels like you break free and you come back, and oh my god, your face hurts. It burns so badly, and in fact, Dax, you can see fire percolating on his face right now.
I get my water skin and put like a bit of water over the side of his face, like, you know.
I
gotta keep the
immediately
wound
hands
cool.
to face.
No, I stop him.
try
I
and-
stop him. I like block him. I like try and force his hands away. I'm like,
No, moment. You're fine. It's just some mild burns. You look great.
Are there any more Kizrathi around?
As the water hits his face, and this green flame that's dancing along the side appears to be supernatural in some way, because it almost seems to fight the water. But as you keep just dumping it on there, like, go!
I start intoning
It,
prayers then to the Grey Lady.
Yeah.
Like,
You
I'm
finally
bit...
get it to go out, and you're left with Mormon laying on the ground holding his face, you kneeling next to him. The rest of you.
Are there any more
Once the
Kizrathi around?
explosion-
I know I was running away screaming and stuff, but do I see any more Kizrathi?
The explosion seems to have released a large puff of green smoke into the air. And having seen the beam fly out right there, there are no Kizrathi around you, and you do hear the lingering sounds of clanking metal and fighting, and the yips and barks of dogs, and the howls of wolves, and so on and so forth, and the occasional explosion from a spell, but it all appears to be quite a ways away from you. It seems to be more or less clear where you're at right now.
Okay, then I'm going to head over to Mormon and Dax and see what the hell's up.
Same here. Once the explosion happens, I imagine Nelson would have flung himself forwards to the ground. But then, after a few seconds had passed and no obvious injury, he would have gone up and checked around. The first thing he would have done is started heading back, possibly past Oscar. I'm not sure how Oscar would have been reacting to this enormous explosion behind him.
Oscar
That's it.
seems okay. He's a big muscular cow that don't give a damn. He don't look at explosions because he's a cool cow.
Okay.
As people run up to me and I'm like, just managed to revive Mormon, I go,
Mormon's pretty badly hurt.
and I kind of stumble a little bit.
I'm not doing great either. Hold a perimeter for a second. Mormon, how are you doing?
Am I on 7 health at the moment?
Yeah.
You are.
You're on. I thought you were on 1 HP if you went -6.
Well, I was
How's
on
that work?
-6, but I don't know if that.
You can't
like,
go negative, you only go to 0.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just goes
Right,
to 0.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, if you get hit while you're at 0, it just affects the way you accumulate your saving throws for death and dying. So
Gotcha.
I'm at 7 now because of the cure wounds thing.
you can be outright killed, though. I think if the damage that bleeds over is higher than your HP max or something like
If
that, or
you
it's higher
get
than...
hit for more than your entire HP into negative, something like that, yeah, then you just insta die. No saving throw,
That's what
nothing
happened.
allowed.
But that's what happened to Mormon.
No, Mormon went like -6.
Yeah, but you said if you got hit for... I don't know.
If you get hit for more than your total HP, like your max. So like
That's what
I
it
would need
did.
to be hit for -29 beyond 0. So I need to be hit
Yeah.
for like 60
It's
HP.
like your health on top of
Yeah.
whatever got you to 0. Because my total health is 29, so yeah, it doesn't count because it.
Well, hell,
I'd have
somebody
to
would have him 58 to instantly kill him. But anything
Yeah.
else would just make him to 0.
Yeah, so can I now use Second Wind to recover some health?
We can.
Alright, so it'll be a D10 plus my level. So I heal 14.
Nice.
Nice.
Full 10.
Checks from everybody right now.
Sorry, what?
What check?
Perception checks, please.
I was about to say I choose to have it disadvantage because I'm busy with Mormon, but I already have disadvantage because of fatigue.
Yeah.
11.
Oh, wow, I rolled a 7.
12.
Dax,
Oh, that's not
you think
disadvantage.
you-
That's not disadvantage, sorry.
Am I rolling it or?
No, you're not.
6!
None of you notice anything except for Adavi. Adavi, you think you see... Oh god, is that Sloovy? Sloovy appears to have taken the cart back up on both shoulders and is slowly working his way towards you.
Sloovy, over here.
They're in the forest. It wasn't safe. They tried to
I
take us.
understand.
It's not safe
Please.
here!
It's safe here.
It's closer. You see 2 arrows sticking out of his shoulder and his back.
Oh, goodness.
I slowly pull myself to my feet.
Mormon, are you
drops-
going to be okay, or do you want to hop in the cart too?
I think I'll be alright. I'm propping myself up with my sword and getting to my feet.
Sloovy sees you. Good God,
holding my
man.
face.
All right. It seems like he's going to reach for... He does not notice he has arrows in him at all. He goes to reach for, like, his medical pack. Are you all right? Looking at Mormon.
I go, most of me is.
I'll see to that soon. I think we should pull inside the Croftwood, though. They're everywhere.
I take a look at the structure. Is it just, like, completely ruined now?
It's pretty annihilated. There is, however, a fragment of the orb laying there that's probably about fist size that still retains one of its polished edges.
I cast Sacred Flame on it.
Roll me an attack roll and damage, I
I was
guess.
gonna go grab it and okay.
No, I'm not letting one of those stay around. No.
As you channel on the spell, it can't make a dex check because it's a chunk of stone. You see Mormon start to move towards it unsteadily, and you cut that You cut that off right now. You're like, eh! And you reach out, and just as a reflex, you annihilate it with holy flame, and dust just blows away where it used to be.
Come on, Mormon.
I stop and go.
You don't need trinkets and
Fair
baubles.
enough.
We have fighting to do.
How's the tree looking right now? The big one that just got.
The flames are spreading to the other trees. It appears as though the reason it was so difficult to get it off your face is also affecting the trees. And in fact, it seems like it may be... I don't know. Give me a perception roll.
Six.
Sure. But it definitely doesn't seem to be going out. And that's a very, very live tree. Like, normally live trees don't burn so great. But these ones seem to be going quick, and it's spreading to some of the other trees that are in the center of the settlement.
I am
I start
rushing
making
in.
for the center.
I'm rushing in.
I
I
go back
call
on
to a
Oscar.
Davy. I don't know if it'll work, but that water stuff might be useful right now.
You hear
Just
the
what I
sound
was
of the eagle.
thinking.
As you pull in through the archway that you walked through the first time you made it into the Croftwood, the flames are traveling down the sides of the trees, and you see children and anyone who's infirm or old or wasn't able to fight rushing around with buckets of water coming down from underneath. You think perhaps maybe you don't know where they're getting the water from, in all honesty, but it seems to come from beneath the trees, and they're running around trying to get the fires out desperately. What do you want to do?
I need to get... Do I have any idea? I've used the staff a couple times. Do I have any idea what kind of range it has?
It'd be about 30 feet. You think you could push it a little bit further. I'm just going to assume you've been playing around with it during your rests and whatnot. You think you could push it a little bit further to 60 feet, but it would last a lot less long. Like you'd be using up more power in order to get it to project.
I'm going to get in as close as I can. I'm going to get right up to the base of the tree. I'm going to shove the base of the staff into the ground so that it has some water if it needs it. And I'm going to say flow. I'm going to angle it as high up the tree as possible because that water is going to come down. Hopefully it has an effect.
You actually find as you're playing around that you can direct the water where you want it to go with your finger once it's implanted in the ground.
Magic!
So
Oh boy!
You just start working on it. You manage to, on one of the smaller trees, you're doing a pretty good job of getting the flames away, and you think you can save that one. Everybody else, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna say, remind me to learn a water spell later. And look
I'm
to see if
going
there's any
to-
Kizrath they need murdering.
Move to those who are trying to bucket water back and forth, and I'm going to ask for directions of where I can get water and how can I help. And
Sure,
just
Mormon?
generally-
Perception check. Nasan, a woman turns to you and she goes, down beneath the tree. If you go down and you right, the trees draw water from a reservoir that they develop for themselves over time magically. There will be buckets and everything there. Please hurry.
Aye,
Mormon.
begin.
Perception 9.
With a perception 9, you hear the sound of a child crying from off to your right, but you don't see them. But that direction is mostly brambles and flames.
I set off to the right.
Okay.
I call over. I hear someone.
I don't know what to do because the buckets are pretty big and I'm pretty small. But seeing Mormon run off, I'm like,
Okay, Moment, you're still not doing great.
and I stumble after him, holding my arm and somewhat burned.
Okay, Oscar comes with you. He follows along behind you. Meanwhile, Sloovy is just looking around at like this place that was so beautiful the last time you were here. And at the moment, it looks like something out of a hellish novel. Like, it's really, you're watching like the decay of natural beauty in real time in front of you, and seeming to snap out of it. He looks up above. And it seems as though for a second he's scanning the canopy for where the flames are at, and then he looks to the wagon with Frog, and you hear him go "Rah!" as he lifts it back up onto his shoulders, and he starts moving it down underneath the tree where he heard the water was indicated. Mormont, as you run up on the brambles, there's a wall of flame in front of you. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Sleeping Beauty, but essentially there's brambles, and they're on fire, and it's very, very difficult to see through, and as you pull up, you can feel the heat on your face, and you're not sure you can get through there. Perception check. You still hear the crying.
I'm with Mormont right now, so do I get to roll perception as well? Not that I'll
You do as well, yeah.
3.
Mormont, between the searing pain in your face, the smoke in your eyes, and just the sheer destruction going on, you're really having trouble focusing.
This is my best perception or fatigue.
Luckily, Dax pulls up behind you. You see a small figure behind the wall of flame, waving their arms and screaming for help.
How badly injured is Mormont? He's pretty badly injured.
He's hurt. Well, actually, no, he's
surprisingly
like
good
20 now.
Considering, yeah.
Oh, you're actually
his
better
face
than me,
is in rough
technically.
shape, but he's in good shape.
Mormont, there's someone over the other side of these brambles. Have you got any way of getting through them?
Does it look like I can cut through it with the sword?
You can give it a go. Give me an athletics check, or you can actually
All
make a weapon attack. We'll see how you hack through. That'll be fine.
Okay. 16.
You begin to make hasty work of the brambles, chopping up and down. The screams are galvanizing you and really, really motivating you to get this done. You know that you're on borrowed time right now, and that before too long, whoever's in there will be quite roasted. So you've been slamming your sword downwards as the brambles begin to pop backwards from the tension because they're extended in between locations. You start to clear out a pathway. Dax, what do you want to do?
There isn't actually nearly anything I can do right now. Like, I have no spells. I have no items with spells in them. I'm gonna cast a light cantrip on Mormon's armor so that he can see better than the flickering backwards and forwards flame. And then I'm just gonna sit there and I'm gonna be like,
It's okay! We're coming for you! Just stay put! It's okay! Just get ready to run this way when we come through!
and I'm just gonna try and contact the person on the other side so they don't fuck off.
Wow.
So, do we do it?
Persuasion check.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
Persuasion. Oh yeah, disadvantage.
That fatigue, man, it's
14.
with a 14. You perform well enough, and the figure who's seeing the brambles start to part and was kind of moving forward to try and like burst its way through stops, and you see it sink down low to the ground to try and get away from the smoke. Mormont, another attack roll, please. Very
14.
nice. And with that, you manage to snap your way through. The flames on all sides of you right now. It hasn't stopped burning, but as the brambles snap backwards, you're surrounded on both sides by walls of flame, and as you cleave through the final layer, there's enough room to where you think you can grab a terrified-looking 8-year-old girl. Athletics to try and reach and grab her and drag her out.
Alright. And I get 9.
Okay. Dax, you got anything for us?
I was about to say, like, if it's a small hole, I could probably fit through it where Mormont could only just reach through, because I'm much smaller than Mormont. So if this doesn't work, I'm just going to just try and push through the hole. My armor will probably protect me against brambles, so I'm fine on that one. And then I'm just going to try and grab her and lead her back.
Mormont, you launch yourself forward, and you try to grab onto her, but the brambles are stronger than you thought. And as flames slowly begin to travel up your gloves, you press against it. Like, do you want to keep trying to grab for the girl, or do you want to reel back from the flames?
Do I see Dax, like, trying to go through?
Perception check to see if you hear him moving or trying to get in there.
I will be communicating with Mormont as this goes on. Like, it's a rescue attempt, so...
You do
9.
not. Do you want to press against it and keep trying to grab her, or do you want to fall back from the flames.
I'll try and grab her.
Okay. You take 1 damage from the burning as it slowly begins to crackle along your armor and heat things up. Dax, what do you want to do?
I see Norman's having trouble. Obviously, I think he's right next to me.
He's struggling. You know, the brambles are across his chest and across his arm, and he's trying to reach through and grab it, but it's just not
tap
working.
him, I guess right now, on the calf or something, where I can actually reach of him, where he can feel it, as opposed to just hitting on armor where he wouldn't feel anything.
Moment, I can get through. Back up, back up.
Okay.
All right, move out of the way.
Squeeze in. You can actually, you're in the space with the girl now. You managed to squeeze in due to your small size.
It's
without
okay.
taking
It's okay. Just imagine it's a game. You've just got to sneak out of here, right? Come on. Come on. Come through here.
I try and lead her through.
Little girl is sobbing and grabs onto your leg.
I will try and walk with her on my leg. This is not going to go well.
Give me an. Well, there's a couple courses of action. How do you're surrounded by flame right now. The brambles are thinner on the side that Mormond's at. Mormond, what do you want to do right now that he's inside of there?
Can I clear a bigger space? Try and make it easier?
Attack roll, please.
Great weapon master. Hey, do you have an advantage because it can't move? It's a bramble.
It's a bramble, so it's just a
Good
DC
point.
that I'm applying.
Do I get advantage or anything, or is it just gonna?
No. Just do a normal attack roll. Basically, it's not moving, so everything is a hit. It's just to determine how good your progress was, degrees of success, basically.
So the Great Weapon Master wouldn't affect it.
Yeah, the damage and everything wouldn't matter, because I'm looking at the straight hit. Very nice.
23.
And with that, with the sting of fire on you, you've had just about enough of burning up today. You feel an upwelling of just anger inside yourself. And bringing the blade down, you snap a massive hole in what remains left of the brambles and find yourself face to face with Dax with a small child wrapped around
She's
his
8
leg.
years old. She might be taller than I am.
She's about your size.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was thinking when you said grabs onto his leg. It's she's bigger than him.
She's prone. She's holding on.
Yeah, she probably weighs more than I do as well, quite easily. Maybe not with the armor.
All right.
But...
There's a clear path.
She's a little bit attached. Can you pull me back? It's a little bit awkward.
I'll reach in and grab his arm and pull him through.
Okay, and with that, you manage to extricate the girl from her situation as you fall back towards the center. Nasan, as you run down to the bottom, you quickly see that indeed, underneath the trees, there are large, natural reservoirs with the roots diving up and down through the water, and very, very rapidly, you see a collection of supplies used for grasping water. What do you want to do?
Then I join in with what everyone else is doing. I grab whatever bucket or whatever storage item they have for the liquids. I start getting the water and I head back up. Unless there's a line of people, in which case I just insert myself into the line and I just start.
Yeah, it's like a general hubbub. It's real disorganized. You get the feeling they don't do fire drills very often, but you manage to get the things that you need and head back up. What are you doing right now, Adavi?
I'm eating like a bad person.
You completed the tree that you were working on. It sizzles and the flames have gone out. If you wanted to move on to somewhere else, that's definitely a possibility.
I want to try to hit the main tree if I could. Or is that going to be too high, the flames?
It's going to be too high. However, if you give me a perception check, please.
4.
You see nothing, unfortunately, between the roar of the flames. Nasan, as you come out, you see, for a second, Adavi looking around as though he's trying to lock in on something. Perception check, please.
Is he doing the whole John Travolta,
Yeah, it definitely seems like he feels like... Whew,
Wasn't much
those
better.
bad.
It's
The
just
dice
neat.
are not loving you today.
There's a lot of smoke, okay? There's smoke.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And the evil fog.
With things burning down right now, a woman runs up and she cries, Some of the larger trees, look! As you look over, you see that the vine flaps almost that they were using to seal off the trees magically are locked shut. Whatever magic seems to have affected them has been disengaged, and they're stuck shut and burning right now. If there was anybody in there, they'd have no way to get out.
What are these things? Vine something?
So when you first walked in with Lysander into the big tree, you noted that there was large trunks or vines sort of intertwined, and through the usage of magic, they were attuned to the people in there, and they would open and close like doors at will.
Right.
For the group. Those are also in other locations, and they don't seem to be
mentioned
working.
that they're burning. Is there any damage to them? because I imagine you could scale vines. Is there any kind of way in, like over them, or any kind of aperture at the top, like window-like apertures that I could possibly climb through?
You look upwards, and even though the door seems inaccessible due to the flames, you would have to put those out in order to get through. You do see a large knothole in the side of the trunk, which is belching smoke out of. You think that perhaps you could climb up there.
Okay.
How far away am I from this door?
You're not too far. You're not too far. You could definitely make the 60-foot shot, and if you move closer...
I'm making the shot. Yeah.
All right. And so this thing is tapped into a location that actually has pretty good hydration. You fire the stream over there, and it starts impacting with the door. Give me an attack roll, please, and use your spellcasting bonuses for it.
All right, how do I do that? How do you just roll a generic
If you
attack
go
roll?
to your like spell section of the sheet, up the top you should have spell attack bonus. Sadly, you can't just click on it to roll it, but you could roll a d20 plus.
D20
that.
plus. Okay.
Yeah. I wish you could just click on it to roll it, like everything else on the sheet.
Okay, 18.
Very nice. You turn the staff, and you direct it with your mind, you guess. You're not really sure how you're doing this, but it's awesome, so you just keep doing it. And the water flies towards the door, and instantly the flames are washed away onto the ground where they just sit and smolder on the earth. As you're doing this, you see a bunch of larger eagles coming overhead, guided by the one that you recognize as Lysander's coloring, and they're swooping down into the building that Nasan just came out of. And shortly thereafter, you see them coming out holding buckets in their talons and flying up to the higher parts of the trees and beginning to just throw water everywhere that they can. Nasan, make me an acrobatics check to climb up and look inside the knothole.
Okay.
That sounds like a terrible magazine. Behind the knothole.
That's the Druid magazine,
19.
like the one that goes around monthly, like talking about different like trees and stuff.
You easily scale the tree. In fact, it's almost like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as you're just dancing in between branches on your way up. It doesn't even look like climbing. It just looks like badass platforming, like Super Meat Boy style. And so as you land, you pull yourself up into the knothole, smoke assails your eyes and your nose, and for a second you recoil backwards. In fact, give me a Constitution save, please.
Okay. Oh, save. 11.
For a moment you cough. It's going to be rough, but you could fit through the knothole. And perception check?
Through the knothole.
You hear the sound of coughing and sputtering, not from the floor that you're looking in on, but from down somewhere beyond the floorboards of the room. Do you want to enter?
Yes, but before I do, I kind of find a reasonable perch, kind of like lock one of my arms in around one of the vines. I'm pulling up the fabric of my robes. I pull out my canteen, douse it with water, and then just try and hold it up over my face as I climb in through the hole.
Okay, that will actually adjust the DC for how this goes. Well done. You climb your way through the knothole. You find yourself in a circular room with a stairwell running downwards. From your perception check, you know that the coughing is coming from down below, but it's very, very faint. The sound of this tree burning is pretty loud, but that was a really good perception check.
Okay. I start making my way in that direction. I tried to call out, but obviously it's going to be quite heavily muffled because I'm trying to protect myself from the smoke as I go. I'm just moving in that direction.
I'm sorry, Adavi perception check. I said Nasan for some reason.
That's
so you
okay.
see-
I'm kind of like Nasan. 17.
You do hear Nasan. It sounds like it's coming from the tree that you just doused the front door of, but you can't see him anywhere.
What did I hear?
You heard him shout.
What did he shout?
You just hear a nondescript, loud, it's definitely Nasan, and he shouted something from inside the tree that you just doused the front door on.
Are the vines off? Is the fire out on the vines?
They are.
Okay, then I'm gonna see if the staff will let me pick it up out of the ground. I'm gonna rush over there and try to get the vines to open up.
Sure. The staff releases easily, and you're able to move over there. You pull up to the front of the door. The vines, whatever magic enchanted them, seems to have been deactivated. They're just rigid in place. Nasan, you said you went down the stairs?
Yeah, I'm headed towards the sounds.
As you come down the stairs, you are now on the ground level. You look over and you see Adavi on the opposite side of the vines. Smoke is pouring out. I'm going to need another Constitution save, please.
Oh no!
Ooh. The smoke invades your lungs. And let's see here. You end up taking 5 damage as you just begin to choke and sputter, unfortunately. Adavi, Nasan, is there any interaction you want in between the bars, or what do you want to do?
Yeah. In between the racking coughs, I'd move up to the bars, see him through there. I'd even almost like try and press myself up close to the bars to try and gasp at fresh air as the smoke is trying to escape around me. And I said, there's someone trapped down here. I can hear the coughing, but not very loudly anymore. Is there any way you can get in?
These vines won't open. They're probably keyed to a druid entering.
Well, ask around. Anything. If there's some way that you can, I don't know, make a hole, help the smoke escape. I don't know, but I'm gonna have to try to go back in.
Okay, stand away, and I'm gonna try to burn this up again. I don't know why I put the fire out in the first place.
Well, at least you got the way to put it back out again, and this time it will be like super evil magical fire or something. You wanted to cast. What are you gonna do to burn a hole in it?
The only fire I have is Scorching Ray. So I'll do that.
Go for it. Do you step back?
Yes.
I
All right,
out
so
of the way.
2 terrible rolls, but also a 23.
All 3 are hits. You managed to sever. So the first 2 attacks do damage, 20 damage altogether. As the beam rakes across the center of the vines, they snap and coil upwards and downwards. And with that, you see Nasan's cloak as he dives down the stairwell to the back. I guess. Are you gonna go? Okay, so down to the stairwell to the back. Give me a perception check as you come down the stairs. That's perfectly fine. It's not with disadvantage or anything like that. The smoke is dissipating now. You see 2 children and a man huddled in the corner in the basement right now.
Okay. I'll make my way over to them. Do they look like are they coughing? Are they signs of
They
life?
are coughing and sputtering, although you do notice that the smoke is starting to clear now that it has an actual channel to do so because of Adavi.
Well, given that, then I'm going to pull my robe off and just kind of swing it around and try to lay it across the children as I make eye contact with was it a gentleman or a lady?
There was a man there with the 2 children.
And I'll point up saying, we've made a way out. Just try and get up there. Watch out for the smoke, but it's starting to clear. Is there anyone else down here?
No, I'm the only one with my 2 children. Where'd the flames come from? And he starts to move towards the stairwell.
I'll walk with him, but as we're going, I'll say, too long of a story for now. We'll just get you out and see what else we can do to try and control the fire.
Are the
With
vines still blocking the door?
No, they actually snapped upwards, and you did a pretty good job of there's a gap that somebody could easily go through right now.
Then I'm gonna shout into the room then that I assume the smoke's coming out too. No son, the door's open. Get him out of there.
Okay, Nasan, you hear that at this point, and as you finish saying it, you see a child come up and over on almost her hands and knees trying to come up the stairs to get out. They're staying low to stay out of the smoke. A man's head pops up next, in one arm holding an even smaller child, maybe 1.5 to 2 years old, and they burst up the stairs with Nasan right behind them and out through the front door in a wash of smoke. From there, you can see, as you look upwards, the work that the druids in Eagle form are doing. They're slowly getting the flames out. Everybody give me perception checks, please.
Including me a moment.
Yes.
Okay.
21.
13.
16.
6.
Okay. Nasan and Mormond. You hear the sound of the flames dying down, and with that, you focus very, very hard, and you can't hear the clanking of steel or the sounds of fighting anymore. Even though you're pretty sure you'd be able to hear it now that a real unnerving silence is falling over the settlement with the hiss and the smoke wafting through the air.
I'm looking around for the other people of the settlement, and first and foremost, looking to try and confirm with my eyes that there isn't any combat, but also with an eye for where anyone may have set up a group of people providing aid, any kind of triage, anything like that.
Yeah, by the front entrance, you can see a number of people who have been laid out. Unfortunately, they haven't really had time to react. You get the feeling that they didn't expect the enemy to have a weapon like that they thought the city would be safe regardless. And so there are people laid out, and there's a few druids over there. You can see them doing incantations and working. And then along the walls, you can see a couple of the eagles have landed now and are using magical spells where they twirl their staves, and you can feel a gust of wind blowing through. And you can actually almost see them directing the smoke away from the settlement with their movements.
Seeing that I direct the man and the two children in that direction, over there they'll be able to help you. And then I look for Adavi. Adavi, there's no sound of fighting.
One moment. I'm going to cast message on one of the eagle turned into druids that's nearby and see if I can figure out, is there any fighting going on? Or has the Kizrathi surrendered?
As you connect with the eagle, there's a slight moment of resistance, as though it feels as though it's being invaded, but finally you feel it take hold. The eagle, yes?
Is there any more fighting going on? Have the Kizrathi surrendered? Have they left? Is Lysander safe?
You hear him for a moment. Hold a moment, the flame's on the right. Whoever this is, the fighting appears to be thinning down. Their objective seems to have just been to set the city on fire, and now that had been done, they seem to be falling back along all their lines. We've chased them as far as we can, and we'll hunt them throughout the night, but it seems to be over.
Any word of Lysander?
Lysander should be... Yes, look overhead. The red eagle along the side of the large tree. Perception check.
There's no eagle.
You don't see an eagle. But it was vague directions anyway, so it's like one of those things where...
Seeing him looking up, I ask, what is it, Adavi?
Don't worry about it. I'm still focusing on the connection with the druid guy.
As far as Norses, he's like, hold a moment.
Yes. Still conversing. Like, you see me do this so many times. I'm just waving at you like, if you're not bringing me food, just shut up.
See, I'm on the phone wave.
Exactly. So we found several people trapped in their homes. We were able to rescue a few of them, but there's probably still more. Is there any way we could assist from on the ground?
Yes, the enchantment that we've had over this place appears to have been dispelled. At least that's what Lysander said. If you can manage to cut open the houses and make sure there's anyone inside, we'll keep working up here, but it seems as though we've gotten whatever these green flames are, for the most part, contained. We'll start helping out as well, and from there you do actually look up and you see that some of the eagles are starting to dive through knotholes and windows that are kind of in the sides of the trees, and you assume that on the other side they're probably transforming back into druid form and starting to scour the places.
And okay, no son. It seems like everything's under control somehow. The Kizrathi have left. Their only plan was to set this place on fire.
And we should find where Mormon and Dax are. I haven't seen them.
I haven't seen them either. No, I didn't. I was so busy putting out fire.
Never mind. It's a dwarf and a goblin. Even in this chaos, someone's going to see the path. And I start walking around asking people, have you seen a dwarf and a goblin?
Yes, actually, over there. I was Lysander's daughter.
I follow the direction.
And I'm going to start going from house to house, see if I can find any more that need some help.
Okay. You start going to house. Over the next hour or so, you regroup and you assist the druids with their attempt to get control of the city. As you start to pry open homes and you start to help people out of their hiding spaces where, for whatever reason...
I can't pry things open because I'm really small and weak. So I'm going to help logistically, like, get people in lines and make sure that people, like, are organized well. And I'm going to use minor illusions to kind of have, like, signs up in places.
So as the elves are passing bucket from hand to hand to hand to hand with all this water, putting out fire and everything, you're just sitting there like, yeah, you're doing a good job. Yeah, carry the bucket more firmly.
Moral support.
Pretty much,
support.
Yeah. He's keeping time.
Yeah.
Like with rowing. And pass. And pass.
And pass. And pass. And...
He's got a harmonica, so it's not quite as effective as a drum. But I imagine in there like the drum master in the ship, like boom, 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 boom.
Damn it, Billy dropped the bucket again.
As you're doing this,
it's just it doesn't have the same effect.
I was like, shut up, we're trying to put the fires out.
Very sure this gives everyone disadvantage on their fire quenching rolls.
It bursts back into flames as you're playing. The entire city just boom, just explodes.
And that is what they call a sick burn.
Oh no! Oh no! So as time goes along and you get control of the city, you notice that more and more druids who are in the outskirts fighting and helping out with the defense start to draw back inwards. And before too long, there are just hundreds of people now filing back in. You also see a collection of animals that you weren't even aware of before, that they had managed to keep. You assume that they kept them prowling through the forest, but dozens of wolves, several bears, large creatures of the wood begin to gather inside the city as well, and seem almost to take a formation as they sit around and just survey what's going on. Before too long, you all standing at the center, giving aid in whatever way possible, you hear and see Lysander land in the middle of the settlement, and you hear him exclaim, "This will not stand!" as he looks at his two soldiers, who you recognized from before, who had watched the door and made sure that, Sloovy wasn't getting into trouble. In his stride is the unmistakable confidence of someone who is both angry and in complete control of a group of people. He fully expects whatever orders he's given to be done, and he seems pretty angry right now. He strides over to all of you. That was the second attack. As I arrived back from the ruin, the first was a probe. Gray little bastards coming out of the woods. A good deal of my people are dead today. Thank you for your help on the Western Front. I'm not sure what would have happened had whatever that weapon was discharged in its complete form.
Yep.
We will have vengeance for this, and there will be a comeuppance for the Kisrathi. We don't know where they've run off to. As soon as they seem to enter the forest, they dive into the dirt like worms and disappear. And so unfortunately, we weren't able to chase them back to wherever they came from. The unfortunate news is that decades, he looks at those all around him, of work have been undone. You can tell from looking around this place that we've had a lot of time to gather the magics that protect it and also make us comfortable, and it's all for nothing. It's all gone. And as he rubs his face, it will take us equally as much time to allow the power to collect in this place. We are, unfortunately, he looks around all the people gathered, defenseless at this time. If they come again, there is no ward on the trees. There is no strength left in the walls. All that is left is for us to throw our body at the mercies of our assailants. Add to that the people of Woodley appear to have abandoned us. I don't know if you have heard, but given your assistance here, I'm going to assume that you're assisting in a ancillary means and that they haven't gotten into contact with you. They have broken all ties with us. They have left us to rot in this place. They have said no more shipments of food, no more contact, no more anything. Their delegate left yesterday.
Who was the delegate this time?
Speaking on behalf of Adborough, which makes no sense. The messenger seemed to be sowing some deceit. I've never known Adborough for his treachery, but he claimed the word came from Adborough.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and it may not have been a genuine messenger from Woodley. It's happened before.
Given the fact that you told me that whatever these creatures are were not supposed to be attacking us, they were supposed to be leaving us alone, that added to the fact that Adborough sent you to assist, but then shortly thereafter turned around and said no contact between all of us. I would guess that you're correct. There was no hint of skill in his deception, but we had no time to think about it before the creatures were at the walls.
I hold up a hand for a moment and wait for the others to notice me and for a pause to develop in what was being said. I am concerned of Woodley. Before we left, it seems that whatever plans these creatures have, it involves Woodley in some greater capacity. Dex, didn't you see something, some shade, some spectre at Redford's? You were certain of it, weren't you?
There was some guy in a outfit from your neck of the woods back on mainland. He then wiped the rune away that was spying on that guy. But
Too
there was
many
never any
things for it
proof
to
of
be
it.
coincidence. There's some machination, some scheme taking place in Woodley. I would not suspect that this was simply some interloper feigning authority coming to you from Woodley. It could well be that it is a delegate from Woodley, but that Woodley has been compromised.
It is possible. I mean,
Lysander stays silent during this.
the necromancer letters we have, and I bring up the copies I have, they explicitly say that their purpose is to try and drive a wedge between you and Woodley. And we know they use fake delegates, so this would seem to be totally in line with what they've done before. What they really do not want you doing is getting in touch with Woodley and being pally with them and opening up a front against the necromancers.
Unfortunately, that which they sought to do through subterfuge, they have done through direct action today. He looks at everyone and he says, I cannot leave my people in this situation. The trees offer no further protection. We have lost many today. And he reaches down for a moment and he produces a horn that he has around the back of him, and blowing into it, it seems as though it is much, much louder than you would expect a horn to be. And in fact, you see his fingers moving on one side as he blows into it. I will call my people back here, and I see no choice. Woodley is not our concern. I must look out for the good of my people, and we will... Perhaps to the west, Ballard's Cross, there will be no safety there. It's a place run by brigands, hooligans, and those who have no respect for the law.
Well, you could always
there's no
go
forest to the east.
Woodley.
They're being attacked the same as you, just within rather than without.
He begins to think for a moment. Persuasion checks from both of you. Unfortunately, that's
crap.
going to be a disadvantage from Mormon, but go ahead, Dax.
It's a disadvantage from me as well because of fatigued.
Ah, double disadvantage. Double disadvantage.
Well, we're screwed then.
Well, you might get lucky.
I have a +8, so I get 13.
13.
Do I still get disadvantage when he knows that I got my scars from defending his home?
I saved his daughter, thank you very much.
You are simply too,
This is true.
horrific to look upon.
This is true. As Lysander lands, you do notice that the daughter, who's been spending her time with you and Mormon, just kind of hiding behind you, does go over, and he puts her under one arm. You can take the higher score of 25 right there. Mormon, you have advantage on your persuasion check. Absolutely.
This will be the one and only time I ever get advantage. And it gets me a 12.
I got a 25.
Better
I
than
will
average.
take the 12.
Did you want to guidance him or anything, Dex? You're allowed to do that if you want to.
It would look like a spell was going off like in the middle of the conversation, like I have to go over and touch him and then I have
Yeah,
to
it
cast it,
wouldn't
and I
make-
don't want to break the flow of the combat. But as his daughter comes over, I will be like,
The people of Woodley have families just like yours, and they have already been attacked and compromised. Their people are dying of this weird disease that should not be killing people.
Apparently I
you
rolled
could save
perception
many
instead of
people's
persuasion.
families.
Oh, go ahead and roll again, Mormon, with advantage.
I think... Damn it. 7.
I'll let you take the 12. It's fine. I mean, you're in a really, really solid position right now. Mormon, what do you say regarding your scars? What is your argument?
Oh, you mean for why the roll was...
No, as Dax finishes his speech to the people of the Croftwood and also to Lysander about why they should assist Woodley, how do you use your scars and the rescuing of Lysander's daughter to make your case? As he stops speaking.
I say... They will attack again. You need to work together as much as you can, or... we could lose everything. You and Woodley.
He studies the...
leading up from that, I'm going to play off the crowd. So I'm going to turn to the crowd at the same time as Lysander, just like so I've got both of them side to side.
The necromancers specifically tried to drive a wedge between you and Woodley. They want you alone. They want to conquer this land and fill it with their Kisrathi spawn.
I gesture to one of the corpses nearby.
If you separate, if you leave, if you go your own way and let Woodley fall, they will just take over this land. They will come for you next. You will just be doing them another favor, and that is exactly what they want. They want to drive you using fear. This is not a time to be driven to xenophobic fear of each other, to make the necromancers drive a wedge between the two of you. You must join together and you can take them down. With your knowledge and their resources, there is a possibility you can save this land. But alone,
with that, you hear a couple shouts from the crowd, both male and female voices. We're no cowards. Let's stand. And you see a slight nod shudder through the crowd. Lysander brings a hand up to his face, studying the crowd's faces, as though he didn't expect this. He was truly trying to look out for their betterment, knowing the kind of nastiness that's ahead. And seeing them all steel themselves, it wasn't a decision that he made through fear. That becomes apparent. It's a decision he's making for the good of his own people. He turns to the two bodyguards alongside him. Fly west to the tower. Scout the forest for a new place for our people. The rest of you, if you wish to go to the west and prepare a place for us, do so. Now is your time to leave with your children and anyone else you think is not ready for the fight ahead. But I will not go with you. For whatever reason, the people of Woodley seem to be of two minds. I'm choosing to go with the better of those two minds. Myself and my vanguard will stay here. We'll do what we can to salvage this place and hold the line. We dare not go to Woodley for now. Not directly, at least. But we are swift of wing and fast of paw. And with that, he takes the horn that he just blew, and he hands it to Mormon. With their scars and their fight, and indeed the saving of my daughter, people of Woodley do deserve some loyalty from us. So, if you wish to leave, go now. And with that, you see several people turning into robins or crows or eagles or whatever else. And with that, they flap off to the west with the two guards who just left to seek out a new place for the Croftwood to live, or the Croftwood Circle when this is all over. But a surprising number remain, more than half. And with that, you see them begin to shift into the form of wolves and stags and bears. And a slow murmur, a roar goes through the crowd. And indeed, the wild animals along the periphery, which are now sitting up along the walls, begin to join in with the howling and the barking and the cacophony of noise that starts to erupt. You standing at the center of it. And it's a powerful feeling. A shiver runs down your spine, almost kind of like an awe at what's going on around you. And with that, Lysander says, join me in my home. That horn, it will be heard by any of my people. We will set up camp along the southern edge of the Croftwood. We will do our best to erect palisades or some kind of ditch line there. And whenever you need our aid, blow the horn and we will make our way southwards as rapidly as possible, on foot, on paw, and on wing. Now please, to my home with me. The rest of the people start to disperse, although you hear the noise continues, the shouting towards the sky and the general revelry. And with that, he leads you back into his home. And then he sits down heavily at the table, which is now partially burned, that you gathered around in the first place. You can't help but notice that the throne that he previously occupied is damaged and scorched by the flames, but it doesn't give way underneath his weight. I suppose there is a reward in order. You've saved my daughter, Elizabeth, and you've managed to, for better or for worse, everything that's going on, at least nothing else, we have information and we have a heading. Though we are smashed and decimated and hurt, we have pulled through. No doubt due to your assistance on the Western Front and your elimination of whatever that ritual was out in the dark. Come, I have things to assist you in your journey as you go southwards back to the Croftwood. Gifts from those who came over in the first place from the mainland. And with that, he stands up from the table and walks off into a side room, and for a moment you're left in the silence and the semi-darkness of the room, the settling of smoke and dust all around you. And when he returns, he comes out with a large cask, which seems to be made of just wrought wood, polished, and he sits it down on the table, and it creaks open loudly. He says, first, you, Mormont. You've gained scars during this adventure, during this journey, during your assistance of my people. I hope that this will be good enough to repay that. And he hands you a pair of scaled gloves that appear to be, the scales running down them appear to be of gold or electrum or some kind of metal of a yellowish color. But don't doubt them, they don't seem to do much now. Put them on your hands.
I put them on.
And the second they're on your fingers, he swings at you as quickly as he can with his staff. And you don't do this. You feel the gloves jerk forwards and they swat away the blow.
I look surprised at this.
Quite nimble for a dwarf.
He smiles. They will assist you in your defense. Trust in them, and the best I can tell you is don't fight it. When they decide to do their work, you'll end up the worse for wear. Just go with it. Mormont, you can add a pair of gloves to your equipment. I'm going to guess since he explained it to you. Once per day, if someone hits you with an attack, you may add 1d6 to your armor class as a reaction. They're called the safety hands.
Safety hands.
I need to learn the lyrics to Safety Dance, and that is going to be.
I know. I knew that was
Safety
coming.
hands.
I was like,
Yeah.
oh, start getting you That's all.
What is it, 1d6 per... How often can I use it?
Once per day. Once per long rest, essentially.
Can I raise it?
And he looks to Adavi, and he says, I wasn't sure how to assist you at first, but it does appear as though there's something inside of here that I think will help. My apologies if it doesn't fit, but it should function none the same. And he pulls a large cloak out from the chest that appears to be made of fur. And then he hands it to you. He says, please, put it on.
I'm going to chuck that sucker over my shoulders. I'm impressed by what he gave to Mormont. Let's see what this does.
It's a heavy cloak. A very, very heavy cloak, given the fact that it feels like it's just made out of hide. It almost wears on your shoulders, and it feels like it's drawing you down towards the ground, and it is indeed large enough for you. You guess that whoever owned it previously was a large individual, whether tall or wide, you're not really sure, but it fit them. It comes with a hood, and it's basically a fur cloak with gold trim around the edges. And just like he did with Mormont, he throws a rough punch at your shoulder and stops just short, and you see that the hairs along the edges of where his fist was going to impact, they stand up and harden. And as he pulls his hand away, they sit back down, and the rigidity goes away, and it just looks like normal fur again. Since if anyone strikes you, they'll regret it. You've been given that cloak of quills. Anyone who strikes you with an attack has to make a reflex saving throw, a dexterity saving throw, or they're given 1d4 plus 1 damage. With that, he turns to Nasan, and he says, your particular skill sets are not common here, but a while back we did have communion with a group of men who dressed just like yourself. Said they were going to build a monastery. They left this treasure behind as a gift of friendship, and he hands you an amulet, which appears to be in the shape of two hands, in the shape of fists, side by side. As you put it on, your knuckles feel very, very stiff. Almost, it feels like they harden. It doesn't become harder for you to close the fist, but just the area around your knuckles feels as though it's been reinforced. I'm seeing you move your hands. Lysander smiles. He says, The men who came by here, they fought like you fought. Not with a weapon, but with blows and kicks and punches. I assume that it assists in some way in that regard. They left it as a memento of their passing and of the good works that they did here. It gives you +1 damage to all of your unarmed strikes.
Excellent. I shall add that in there.
And then, looking to Dax, so the horn that I gave you has another function. You're good with words. I think the horn will serve you well in that regard. And as you look down at the horn, you realize that this is like a masterpiece. Like, this seems to be a horn that was crafted by someone as a war horn. It goes down and it does one twirl, and then it ends in a gold mouthpiece. And as you look at it, it has inscriptions along some of the gold bands that run along the sides that are religious in nature. They appear to be the symbols of Amaleth and the symbols of the Grey Lady. I mean, with that, I don't think you'll have any trouble inspiring minds who are already predisposed to your positions. You can use your inspiration one more time a day through keeping the horn on your person. And with that, Lysander sinks back down into his throne. And he says, I hope that those things find you in good health and they assist you in your journey. I do think you are correct, Woodley. I did not want to speak it in front of my people, but judging by the two-faced nature, the duplicitous signs I'm seeing, my guess is that something has gone wrong there. I would usher you to hurry back to the south, but rest as you need before you go. Best of luck to you. We will set up our camp along the southern edge of the Croftwood. And remember, if you need us, I've given you our horn. No druid in the area will be deafened to it. And with that, he leads you back outside, and he said the lodgings you used previously, though stinking of smoke somewhat, will be available to you until you decide to leave. I would urge you to hurry, though. We don't know when the next attack will come, and I fear that you'll be cut off from the south. Thank you for your help, and you will have the aid of my people. And with that, you disperse, and you see that the animals are starting to return to the forest, the druids going back to reinforcing the wall as best they can. And that's going to be the end of our session for today.
I just walk straight into the bed that I used before and immediately faceplant.
I can't believe Lysander is such a cold-hearted bastard. He gave nothing to Oscar. Like, what the hell?
I know, right? I was expecting like a cowbell.
You picked him up in the middle of the quest. He doesn't have enough DKP. He hasn't earned it. He hasn't showed up for enough fights.
He needs a bull helmet.
Oh.
Yeah, or like
we're
caps,
gonna
like,
wake up
like spurs or something.
We're gonna wake up. He's gonna be a zombie.
Oh,
well, as we're heading out, I'm going to again just be annoying as fuck. I'm gonna cast message on Lysander. I'm sure he knows it's me because it's the second time I've done this to him personally. I didn't want to bring this up in front of everyone, but Woodley has sent you 2 negotiators already. Have you not sent a diplomat back to them? Do you have someone in Woodley?
There's a pause. He says, given the conflict we've had going on here, I've been remiss to send any of my people into the forest alone. Everywhere we go, these creatures seem to spring up. No. In all honesty, I've been given the general confusion and chaos of the last few days. I've left the Woodley issue aside and chosen to turn inward to my own people. I will send someone to survey, not in human form or elvish form, but maybe just as a little bird to sit on a wall somewhere. And hopefully he'll be back by morning when you decide to set out. Maybe he'll have a little bit of information to help you.
Completely understandable. If you do plan on having further conversations and negotiations with Woodley, it's probably best that you stand on even footing. It seems they know more about you than you do about them, and they're probably using that to your detriment at the moment.
We do avoid contact with outsiders as much as possible. I'll be fair there. We are not good for the intelligence gathering. We look to our business.
In any case, I do feel incredibly sorry that we could not do more to assist you today. But perhaps we can work together in the future and help you rebuild somehow.
We will get to the bottom of this. I don't plan on relocating my people to the western forests without at least a little bit of payback. And you get the feeling that maybe he's smiling as he says that.
Yeah, I wonder if feelings actually get through this stuff. It's like brain to brain, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's just whatever you whisper goes through, because there are like read mind spells and stuff like that, or like read emotions type stuff. So
it's not
true
telepathy, isn't it? Like it's you have to be able to speak it. So
yeah.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna head in with everyone, take a nap. Sounds good.
By the way, I'm fully aware that I have both forgotten A, about zombie cow, and B, that I haven't given Frog back his ring. But right now, Dax is literally unconscious.
He's a
Like
sick. Yeah.
Did our
Well,
entire
it's-
party forget about Sloovy?
Well, we were in the middle of combat still, so
I know,
Yeah.
but we're not
nothing we
now.
could have done.
I think
We've already-
Sloopy probably
eh,
just took.
Helping
He
out
probably.
around the camp, honestly.
Yep, he took Frog back over to wherever the relief station was that they had made makeshift while, and he's probably helping out over there since he seems to be pretty good at medicine.
I mean,
It's more or less what Nelson would be doing because he had a sleep before all of this happened, so he's not as exhausted as Dax is. So he's
yeah. When was the
usually
last
put
time we
time to
slept?
camp.
Because when we got to the bandit encampment, that was like towards the end of the day because we marched there to get there at like dusk, at dawn. So Dax has been awake for about 40 hours now and has done a forced march and is pretty badly hurt and is out of spells. So yeah, Dax is
It's a good time to sleep. Yeah.
yeah.
Nasan, as you fall asleep, you hear a voice coming in through the black. I think now is as good a time as any to speak about the future, don't you? And with that, that's the end of our session.
Dude, that was an epic session.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Yeah.
pretty.
Somebody
epic.
said somebody said on the subreddit that I try to fashion my campaigns like a heavy metal album cover, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty much like in my head. I get mental images of like the most epic shit happening ever, and then I'm just like, let's just do that. Screw it. I don't care that the rules don't really support it. We'll just make some rolls and we'll see what happens because epic's always more fun, like big scale, you know. But yeah, that was really, really fun. That D&D session was a blast. I hope you guys all out there watching enjoyed it as well. I get the feeling we're going to have a pretty fun after show from that one. Things to think about there. If you haven't had the chance, definitely check out the Patreon. Check out the subreddit. Check out our Twitter. There's lots of places you can get information about the show. And you can stay up to date with the things that we're doing and what we're working on. But aside from that, EE, where can we find you?
You can find me at youtube.com/Enter Elysium, where I am playing a whole host of games, including like Halo Wars and XCOM, Long War 2, and a few other things. You can also catch me at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium and twitter.com/Enter Elysium. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, I really, really need to go pee. So, Shen, what are you up to?
Well, hi everybody. My name's Shen, and you can find me 8 days a week, 7 days a week. It's actually more like 5 days a week on Twitch these days because I'm taking 2 days a week for Roll4It. But anyway, I play 8 hours a day, 5 days a week on twitch.tv/Shenra and also on youtube.com/Shenra2. Shenra 1, he died, so don't worry about him. But I've been playing a whole lot of RimWorld lately. That game is amazing fun. Alpha 16, just lots of death. I love Randy Extreme. He's kicking my ass all over the place. It's fun times.
Same with Randy Extreme. Ooh.
Oh yeah, he's brilliant. It's like, oh, here's one warthog. Oh, here's 17 natives at the same time. Oh, and here's some rampaging elephants at the same time. Oh, great. Oh, and it's a dry thunderstorm. Everything's on fire. Woo!
Oh,
At
and
the
what's
same
that?
time.
Got like the goddamn what is that thing where it makes you sick when you go outside? The radiation or whatever,
Oh,
where people
oh,
can't go
yeah.
outside at all. I hate that one. I hate it so
You know what
much.
the best thing is now, I don't know how long it's been in the game. Now it says, oh, Randy or whoever, Elise has reached 27. It's her birthday. Unfortunately, she's developed asthma or whatever, a whole bunch of diseases you can get. It's like, oh, great. Yeah, you're useless now. Just go die.
Pretty much
Just go
every
die.
birthday terrifies me because the odds of getting dementia seem unreasonably high.
Yes.
It's like, no, that's my best person, they're not my worst.
Yeah,
Oh,
you get those
goodness.
heat waves on like the first day. You just start, and it's like first event, heat wave. You're like, fuck, craft cowboy hats. Hurry, cowboy hats. Build them as fast as possible.
I just finished up Mass Effect 2. That was a really fun Renegade run. I did not do there were like two different ways I wanted to go. One of them was just let everyone die. In other words, don't do the loyalty missions. And if you don't do the loyalty missions, everyone dies. I mean, you still beat the game, but everyone dies. I chose not to do that. I went with just pure Renegade and, just treat everyone like dicks all the time. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot. I got to punch a reporter in the face. I got to turn down a lot of ladies who wanted to have sex with Ugly Shep. It's like, hey, welcome to my bedroom. Get the hell out of here. Get off my ship. Oh, it was just a great time. Renegade's fantastic. And I've been playing a new game called Oxygen Not Included, which is in alpha. It's a fun game. It's very similar to RimWorld. Essentially, you have characters who have good things about them, bad things about them. They have different skills that they can and cannot do, and they level up the skills as they do them. But it's also very much like Don't Starve, because it's from the makers of Don't Starve. It's got a really, really nice feel to the game. Just playing it's very graphically and what do you say? Audioly? Soundily? I don't know. It sounds and looks a lot like Don't Starve. It's just a lot of fun to play. But that's it for me. What about Senor Bentham?
Well, you can find me on YouTube at as Mangleport Gaming, where occasionally I upload videos. That happens sometimes. The thing I play the most,
in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing that I play the most is Factorio. I've got a couple of different series going there where I do it at triple speed because normal speed is boring.
He says that, and yet his last Towns episode is a million years ago, and all we're getting is this bloody Project Automata car building shenanigans.
I know, at the
He
moment
can't help
everything's
it.
production line.
He's tapping his inner
It takes a long time to make a triple speed video because you got to record it and then you got to go back and you got to do the voice. It's awkward. And so I record production line because it's easier. So
Yeah, like
at
I
the moment,
like production line. It's just like, oh, put this down, but then you try and do maths while recording Let's Play, and you inevitably get it wrong.
yeah, it's like, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, look, between episodes, I'm going to go do lots of spreadsheets and I'm going to come back and make a thing that maybe works.
See, I try and do it on the fly and inevitably get it wrong.
Yeah, I don't. It's you have to like go away for a while and mess about and put numbers in.
I mean, I was going to say go
unless
away and
you,
think
like,
about what you're doing with your life, but yeah, that too.
But yeah, what you do is you just work out how long each station takes to make a thing, and then you like, however seconds you make that many, and then you make a car per second. That's going to be my plan.
But then the add-ons and the upgrades change the times.
Yeah.
And they're not like plus 10%, plus 10%. They're plus 10%, then plus 10% of the new number, then plus 10% of the new number.
Yep. And then when you add extra components to it, it slows down the overall production rate.
Yeah, I learned that the other day, and it ruined everything.
And then you got to make all the components that you actually put into all the stations that fit the things to the car. So yeah, it's a complicated game, and it's
then your
very
new
fun,
awesome model of car, which has all of the doodads and whiz bobs, is worth like 1,000 more than your bog standard version of the car.
Well, it's
not worth
actually it's more than that. I screwed up and didn't add the extra bits, and so I spent an episode being like, I don't get it. Why is it worth like £2 more?
Really? Because I was like listening to it in the background, and all I heard was like, "This is
After
so
show, gentlemen.
frustrating."
I put a
After
comment
show,
in that
gentlemen.
video, and I pinned it saying, "Wait, stop! Please don't comment. I know. Next episode I'll fix it."
And you still got comments anyway.
What
Yeah,
do you,
yeah.
Definitely.
what do you mean?
Scroll past
100%.
What do you mean? Please don't comment. That isn't how the internet works.
I know.
Please
I know.
What do you
comment and
mean?
tell me
I
I
just
got it
don't say it.
wrong.
I don't want 2,000 comments saying the same thing. I know I'm a dumb
Yeah, you do.
person.
No, you do. That's good. That's interaction. YouTube
I know
loves
it
that
makes-
shit.
I know.
It puts you higher up on the search results.
Oh, God.
But anyway. So yeah, I fixed that in a later episode, and also occasionally I play Rodin, and maybe at some point I play Astroneer. I don't know. I need to record more videos.
I would
Yeah, that's
recommend
me.
your
What-
production line videos, by the way. Like, I watched the first one or two to figure out like what production line was about because I was downloading it. I was like, I was taking a while to download. You know, I'll watch Benson's stuff.
It is actually really fun.
I don't know. There's some people in the comments of those being like, "You're the worst person ever. I hate you."
Admittedly,
I
I
haven't
played it
got
after
any
you and
yet,
after
so-
watching your videos, so benefit of hindsight.
It's like Production Line is the only series where I get people who are like, "What are you doing? You're doing everything wrong." And then other people being like, "Hey, this is a really good video." Anyway, I've been talking too long. It's is it Avak next?
Yeah, it's epic, but you owe us lots of conversation, so I don't feel bad when Bentham talks a lot.
Yeah, no, that was
So-
nice.
Fine.
But as for myself, you know where to find me over on youtube.com/Avac or twitch.tv/Avac or @Avac_ on Twitter, where I'm posting pictures of how snowy it is here in Scotland at the moment. But in terms of games, right now, I am playing Stardew Valley, still playing that. I am also playing Northgard, which is a fantastic kind of it's kind of got a Settlers sort of feel to it. Not quite. Going into it wanting it to be Settlers is setting itself up for disappointment. But it does have that kind of feeling to it. But it's it's a real-time strategy game with a
It's like they
Viking
took.
theme.
Yeah. I'd say it's like they took Settlers the car, and then they were like, "Fuck it, let's put Warcraft 3 fuel inside of it." Like that's basically what they did. Like,
yeah. And that's really, really fun at the moment. I'm playing the third of my skirmish runs with the Clan of the Stag at the moment. I've previously played the Clan of the Wolf and the Clan of the Goat. Can't wait until they get more content with that. I'm also playing Oxygen Not Included. Love that game. And I'll actually go on to say, while there are really, really clear places where they've taken inspiration from RimWorld in how they've set up like how you manage your individual people and what jobs they do, I would say that game is probably the most like to Craft the World or a really old game called Diggle's The Myth of Fenris, which is super, super similar. Diggle's works so poorly on modern PCs, but it's basically again kind of like the whole Norse kind of thing, but you've got gnomes and you're going down, you're digging tunnels and building rooms much the same way as Oxygen Not Included. But I mean, obviously the big thing with Oxygen Not Included is the whole gas and liquid physics that kind of underpin a lot of the mechanics in the game. It's really, really fun. And I'm playing Alpha 16 on RimWorld as well. I'm playing with the faction of Pandemonium Chorus, which is led by a cannibalistic cyborg with a pet wog.
Wait a minute. Does that mean he only eats other cyborgs?
That would be funny.
I was imagining
I
that
he...
he...
You
was imagining that he eats
it, and then you add their like technological and biological distinctiveness to your own. Right?
I was imagining that he eats his own limbs and then replaces them with robot limbs.
I mean, waste not, want not.
But,
Someone was saying that during the show today.
As a Risk Explorer button, and it's the first time I've done that. But it's actually gotten pretty good. I've got a lot of mods that, well, I call it a lot of mods, and I've got like 15 or something. Other people are like, yeah, that's basically at the point that I boot up the game. I don't even boot it up with less than like 40 mods or...
Yeah, like I'm playing an unmodded run, and I was like, I need this mod. This mod fixes this mod just... I've got like 15 or 16 mods, and I'm playing an almost unmodded run, so...
Vanilla plus plus.
Yeah.
Vanilla plus 30.
And the other game that I'm playing at the moment is Avorion, which I'm really, really enjoying. It's kind of what you'd get if you mixed StarMade with X3. Really, really in-depth building. It's not like on Space Engineers level. It's a little bit more simplified than that. But you've got all sorts of things you can do: piracy, trading, mining, scavenging, all kinds of things. It's a really, really enjoyable game. What about you, Splat?
Right now, you can find me at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming, and you can also find me at Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. As of right now, there's like too much stuff to play. I'll be really honest with you. There's like a glut of games right now, and I just can't pick between them.
I got Pixel Hellion, and I was like, oh, I'd like to play. I can't.
Dude.
I can't.
If you really want people to think you're stupid, play Hellion. Oh my god, my comment section for that one, I'd be like, damn. I told him too at the beginning of the video, I was like, you know, this game is really punching above my intellectual level. I'm giving you a warning right now in the first 5 seconds that if you just come in here to bitch in the comments about me being dumb, I warned you. It's your fault at this point. How are you finding
it? Because like I literally downloaded it today and was trying to play a little bit of it, and apart from the fact it crashed 3 out of 4 times of trying to load the game, like
it crashes a lot.
Yeah.
It's like somebody took Rust and mixed it with Kerbal Space Program. Like, it's weird. Like, so the game is really, really complicated to begin with. And then B, everything is super interactive and immersive. So like when you're in your cockpit, you have to know what buttons to push. You've got to calculate your orbits and all kinds of shit. And there's no tutorial. So like you just walk into the game and you just start fiddling with shit. And if you've got the early access copy, like there's no tutorial. Like nobody teaches you how to do this shit. And so you're just like, well, what does this switch do? Oh, fuck, I blew up. What does this switch do? Ah, shit, I just vented myself into space. Okay, so we know don't touch that one. Don't touch that one. All right. How do I calculate my orbit? Ah, fuck, I crashed into an asteroid. Like it's a tough game without a tutorial. It really sincerely is.
See, I really want to like it there, because that sounds like really cool, but I spent half an hour wandering around trying to fix the life support system, just unable to find the place to put the damn thing in. I was like...
Here's a fun fact. You don't even need to fuck with the first place you start in. Just put on a spacesuit and go outside, and there's a ship right there, and you're supposed to fly to the ship and just fly away in it. Like, there's nothing you're supposed to be doing in that starting station. Like, I did the same thing where I spent like 2 hours fixing all the life support systems, and then I looked out the window and I was like, there's a ship out there.
I tried to put
What
a
the
thing
fuck am
on,
I
and it
doing
was
here?
like, you can't put this
Yeah,
on,
but
or something's full.
Thing with our starting base is it is literally a bootstrap for you to have a starting base. Like you can
Is
set
it?
up like the solar panels and all that, and there's like debris and modules outside. You can go and there's like an airlock module, like a proper pressurized, depressurized airlock. You can go out there and grab onto the module and use RCS to drag it back to the little pod thing and then bolt it on, sort of thing. And then you've got an airlock. You can go in and out without venting all your precious air.
I think they should have waited like 30 days and put in a tutorial. Like that's the big thing that I think is going to hurt the game the most, is that like all this shit is in the game and you have no idea how to do it because it's not in the UI, it's not anywhere else. It's all like little monitors and like buttons and shit that you push inside the ships, and it's just like, what does this do? I don't know.
Do the one-day thing that they do with like the big games that they always give us like access to early, and just give us a PDF where one of the devs has just written up this, then this, then this, bullet points. Like, because they do the tutorial later normally, so they give us that like crap, and it's like, yeah, sure, you know, that'll help.
Yeah, other than that, I just finished up Northgard. I don't think I'm going to do any more for right now until they add more stuff, but I did the stag and I did the goat. I found the goat to actually be really easy. The goats are by far the best,
The
I
goat
think.
is super easy mode.
Yeah, the goats are really hardcore, whereas I think wolf is actually the toughest because you got to be super aggressive all the time and finance an army, which is actually kind of challenging. I think stag's somewhere in the middle. They do get that bard thing, though, that's like an upgraded version of the tavern.
Oh, the skulls.
keg
Yeah,
place.
I built those everywhere because it's like,
Yeah.
why not? Happiness plus fame plus money. What not to love about this building? Also, the more happy my people are, the more productive they are. And later on, the more capable my warriors are, the happier they are. It's like, this is basically my win button. I just build loads of those.
It's a great game. It really is. All I want is more. More. Like, if they stopped developing it where it is right now and they just, like, left it with what it has, it'd be a good game. But seeing that as the entry point for the early access, holy shit, this game is going to be dope when it's done. It's going to be really, really good. And so I'm also playing Pixel Privateers, which is the game that's a follow-up for Pixel Pirates. And so the developers got a little bit of a bad rip for Pixel Pirates for abandoning it. But Pixel Privateers is a much, much better game than Pixel Pirates.
Yeah.
And they're kind of in a weird place right now where they made a really, really good game, but a lot of people are just like, nah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. A couple of people said, "Oh, you might like this." I'm like, after Pixel Piracy, not sure.
I love
Yeah,
Pixel.
when I
Bumbling
saw
game.
that, I'm like, if that's by the same guys, then I don't know how much faith they can have in that.
Yeah, that's
Exactly,
That's
and
the
that's
kind
the
of
only reason why I haven't played it. Because I
That's the
really
kind
like
of-
Pixel Piracy.
that's the kind of thing. It's like, well, if people had this trust in you for this game, and the game you're making is pretty much the same thing but better, newer, it's kind of what you originally planned. Why not just give it to everyone who already bought this damn thing?
Not a bad plan. And then aside from that, I think the other thing, I've got Hellion, I've got Pixel Privateers, I just finished up Northgard.
Every
I've
time
been doing
you
less.
say Pixel Privateers, by the way, because you haven't got a shield on your mic, it's getting really plosive P's every time.
Other than that, I think I've still got a couple episodes of Conan left, but I'm just going to dump those and finish off. And then I've got a couple other little things around. Aside from that, really cool weekend with Weekly AD Newcomer coming along. There's a lot of games to cover right now, and so watch out for that tomorrow and Sunday. But that's Roll for It. Thank you to everybody that dropped tips and also dropped bits today. We do notice and we do appreciate it, and we are watching. We're not able
I can
to
actually read out the tips if you want, because I've got them actually up this day.
acknowledge it in the middle of the stream because it breaks up the RP and like it kind of disrupts the flow. It concatenates it a little bit, but we do notice and we do really, really appreciate it. So thank you very much. Aside from that,
yeah, we had a donate a tip from Black Sun and from Kenny Gaming. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
guys.
and thanks
Other
for all
than
the
that,
bits today.
Yeah, loads and loads of bits and stuff.
And
I love bits.
we
They're
had
the
a
best.
tip yesterday when we weren't online.
What?
Someone
Swap Shadow. Thanks for all the
I'm
laughs on Entertainment
assuming-
Weekly.
I'm assuming if
Nice.
it was donated a while ago and just cleared yesterday. That happens all the time.
Maybe. And we won 3 days
Also,
ago as well, maybe.
also with the bits, I noticed someone sent us the Fibonacci sequencing bits. They get extra
Mhm.
points.
Nice.
But they stopped. If it's a sequence, you can't just stop. That's the sequence.
Well, they only have a
Keep
certain
going.
amount of bits.
That gets really expensive very, very quickly.
Start throwing that Fibonacci around. Michael Scope comes to look for it. That aside, this is Roll for It. This is Roll for It D&D. We'll be back on Sunday with Shadowrun, which this week I think Avic's going to be able to join us, and so that should
Yeah.
be pretty.
Goodbye,
Good on
Benton.
Easter savers.
Yeah, we kind of ended the last one on a bit of a cliffhanger, so...
I'm so dead.
He's got his replacement character all ready to go. So
He got his face-
and then 5 minutes later we'll have a new scene.
Yeah, he burned his
Do
face,
not-
and we just can't stop abusing him.
Yeah, this character has to lose something now. We'll all have missing bits of us.
You look more rugged, man. I'm gonna be honest. Mormon looks more rugged now. It's sexier, but it's just not good for
Yeah, I'll
persuasion.
take that. I look like the Hound now.
I mean, I was going to ask Lysander if, by the way, you might have regeneration or heal. But I'm like, no, too tired. Ask tomorrow.
Yeah, honestly, I considered trying mending, but it would have just been disappointing as all hell.
Mend the beard in a few places.
All right, guys. We'll see y'all on Sunday at the exact same time. Thank you for stopping on by. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Roll safe.